Gamers. The audio bitrate is lower than the recommend. Wait, what do you mean the audio bitrate is 0? What do you mean the audio bitrate is 0? Can y'all hear me? I'm starting to think maybe y'all can't hear me. You can hear me? Okay, then why is YouTube saying my audio bitrate is 0? Someone help. 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 Y'all are not going to believe how long I sat here talking to chat before I clicked the go live button. It wasn't like, you know, a half hour, but it was a solid minute. And I think I managed to go live on Twitch at the same time, which is probably why that error is showing up. It's not my most favorite error of all time, but what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? Hey, Shovel, do me a tiny favor and read Discord. I did. Is that in an hour from now, I think? Is when your other team member will be available? A game dev secret about bitrate? It really do be like that. Okay, let me go to my... This button. Oh, my camera's not on. Bro, I am just not on top of stuff today. Hold on, let me go back to my starting soon view. See if I can get my camera started up properly. All right. Okay, now will I show up properly? Let's find out. Or did I forget something else too? No, I'm here. What's up, gamers? Oh man, that's funny. I was trying to figure out how to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time before going live, and forgot literally everything else, I guess. Inbound Slovel. Do be like that. Good day, Shovel of the Inbound Shovel variety. Hey, good day to you as well. Okay, let's see. Will I be able to use my cool thing? Let's find out. Good day, Shovel. Okay, yeah, it looks like... Okay, at least it loaded properly. Hello, Shovel Nation. What is up, gamers? What is up? Jumpy Neb says, I'm the only person watching on Twitch, too. Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I need to post in Discord that I'm live. Because if I want... the reason I was having so much difficulty going live on Twitch at the same time is because they have a limitation on the bit rate that you can stream on Twitch. And I think that limitation changes when you get, like, partnered or whatever they call it over there. So I need some followers on Twitch so that I can stream properly to both. I have it set up so that on YouTube, everything's running, like, normally. And on Twitch, things are running at a much lower bit rate. I also don't have any emotes or anything on Twitch either. But I was watching some shorts of Ludwig yelling at a bunch of people to stream better, to grossly mischaracterize what was happening there. And I was like, I really should be restreaming, huh? GMTK is... Someone say GMTK is killing me? Brother, I wonder if that plugin that lets me pop up messages just, like, destroyed everything. GMT is killing me right now. Okay. We're back to work, I think. I might do what I do with another streamer where I watch on YouTube with premium and chat on Twitch. Nice. Did YouTube eat my message? Let me see. Oh, remember to like the stream. Thank you, Am. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I always forget. To... what is... Dude, I really like the little thing that lets me pop up messages on stream, but it's just not working properly. It's tough out here. I feel like I might need to... GMTK is killing me. GMTK is killing me. The same message at the same time. Nice. I'm going to see if I can keep this working. Did YouTube eat my message? Metronome, I saw you saying something to the effect of stream harder, little man. Do more goodly streams. And, you know, I'm trying my best. Your short videos about game dev stuff are so good. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. The one from today is primarily for just giving people information on how to, you know, get their pipeline started. You know, every once in a while, I write a script for a short, and I think this one is not going to do very well. And sometimes I rewrite it or I figure out a way to make it more palatable for people. But I could not figure out a way to list all the stuff I use to make my game in a way that's actually particularly interesting to watch for anyone other than someone who's just specifically looking for that information. So this one is simply to get the information out there. Hi, Shovel Twitch Nation. I'm going back to the tube. Hey, thank you, IDT. Thank you. I appreciate the assist. I probably should have some kind of like pop-up. I should probably do the things that all the other streamers do, right? The like little alerts that pop out and say like, yo, someone followed or something. Do people actually like that? I mean, maybe. It seems like people like it. Hi, I love your videos. Thank you. Is it Draw R or is it like Drayware? Is it Drayware? Drawware? Draw R? By the way, Shovel Saint Command won a category in the jam. Let's go. Let's go. Was it like most innovative? Was it most unique concept? Was it most satisfying? I don't know what the categories were. Stream harder, big guy. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. These are the kind of messages I like to see in chat. You know, stream harder, big guy. Droware. Got it. Have I joined the current singles battle thing in... Have I joined this current single battles event thing in Champions? No, I don't do single battles. I only do double battles. I find single battles unbelievably boring. That was what I did at first. I did a lot of single battles at first. But then I just like got real tired of it. I was like, oh man, I switch into the thing, they switch into the thing. I find the double battles way more compelling. Stream Geyer, big hard. True, it do be like that. It was direction. That makes sense. I mean, I think your game did have a very strong sense of direction. I recommend your videos to all my game dev friends. They are so useful. Let's go. I appreciate that. Okay. Can you do the showing chats with Twitch messages? I don't see my chats on the list on the left. Oh, on this little like box on the left here. It's funny. That's supposed to have messages from Twitch and YouTube. I don't know why it's not pulling from both. Yeah, I see the message in my chat overlay. Let me check the screen. Huh. Interesting. I probably need to figure out why it's only showing messages from YouTube. Is Isadora development going well lately? I'm doing DevOps style stuff for my game currently on unit testing. Yeah, it's going pretty well. I've been working on combat stuff. Although a lot of my time over the past like couple weeks has been focused on YouTube stuff. Editing some videos together, writing a script, doing a bunch of footage for stuff. So I've been doing a lot of YouTube stuff over the past couple weeks. It's nice to have a little bit of a brain break, but the combat work that I've been able to do during this time has been really good. I'm really satisfied with how the combat's going right now. Since there's no one here on Twitch, is my game on today's list? Well, I guess you'll have to find out, huh? All right, let me go make sure I make this announcement post before I forget. Announcements. Yo, had you on tab and it was muted for some reason. I didn't get jump scared by a random voice this time. We pull it together. Okay, first I'll grab the Twitch link because I have that open. And let me grab my YouTube link. Boom. Click this. That's not what I meant to do. Back. There's got to be a better way to do this. I don't know what it is. We're making the announcement post. Don't mind me. There we go. I believe this is correct. We're live with Showcase Saturday. Finally set up the restreaming so you can watch on Twitch as well. Also, I do need followers over here so I can restream with a higher bit rate and like have emojis and stuff. Please help. Does that sound good? Please help. Do people buy into please help, or should I say something else? Anything else I need at the end of this message chat? Perhaps I should tell everyone to go hug a teddy bear or something. I don't know. Please help works. Okay, all right. I'll go with please help. Boom. And I'm going to hide the embeds because I hate the way embeds look in Discord. We got a wave from Tofu. He's fast. Add banana at the end. Ah, too late. Hold on. I'll Discord react with a banana. Boom. That's for you. I can chat here if I want to be read. I'm going to try to watch both chats. We'll see. Please help. Real, not fake. True. 6-7. Why did someone react 6-7? Is there like some kind of joke to those numbers or something? I'm just wondering if there's any reason behind the 6 and 7. I think I already followed on Twitch a while ago. Right. Oh yeah, when I was dealing with the person who was just straight up yoinking the shorts. I think a lot of people already did, so. I got SHOV balloon EL. Who sent this balloon? Because you really sequence breaked it super well by Wraith. All right, points to Wraith. Kind of killing it. Hello, Twitchers. Hey, Tofu. I would follow again, but I need to unfollow to do it. RKI with the Twitch switch glitch ditch. Let's go. I have a question for you and other game devs. Why not be a mobile game dev and be rich? I am not one of the business-minded devs that is like trying to take the path to make the most money. But also, I think it's not as easy to just get rich on mobile as it seems from the outset. I think because of how much money can be made with gacha on mobile, it's an extremely like competitive area to get into. So 6-7, what is 6-7? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 67 million followers is what you need. That's what we're going for. That's what we're going for. I think I hit 69 million views on YouTube recently. That was fun. That was a fun number to hit. There's no meaning behind the numbers. Hi, Twitch. Hey, Twitch. Sekmek on Twitch. Hey, Sekmek. My brother wanted me to make mobile games for money. Hey. YouTube Tofu, back to my YouTube cave. It's funny, the first time chats in Twitch. Nice. Oh no, Twitch is gonna have people now. Random question, by the way. Since this is called Showcase Saturday, does this happen every Saturday, every other Saturday or something? I'd love to see if my game can make it in one of these. Right now, I'm just streaming every Saturday. That's the current plan. So it is every Saturday. I try not to skip too many. We'll see. We'll see if I can keep it up as my schedule gets busier working on Isadora. But yeah, if you go to Discord and make a post with your game, there's a decent chance of getting played eventually. Some people have to wait months. Some people are still waiting because there's a long list of people who want some feedback on their game. But mobile is also very hard. True. Hey, good morning, Earl. Good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, okay. The popping messages up is like really laggy right now, but I think I'm going to deal with it so I can keep popping stuff up. AM is based. Nice. Okay, hold on. I can scroll? I promise I can scroll. I heard making iOS games is really expensive. It might be. Are you reading both chats or mainly just the YouTube chat? I'm trying to read both. And when the YouTube chat is lagging out to load new messages, I can look over at Twitch chat. So it actually works kind of well. I forgot I have a Twitch account, but I might watch streams from Twitch from now on. Nice. Just want to know, did you learn different design patterns of coding and programming? Yeah, when I was in college. I went to college for computer science and software engineering. And so I learned the ins and outs of programming. And then I worked at Amazon for like 4 years just doing straight up software. And I decided that instead of continuing to let my soul be sucked out by the corporate overlords, I was going to go follow my passion and make video games. Certain Man wants everyone to do one of these crabs, and I don't know why. Is Crab Duel in chat? Welcome to the chill and slow and better army. Jumpy, Twitch has been live for approximately 20 minutes, and Jumpy has already started the Twitch versus YouTube wars. With Godot 4.7, making games for mobile is easy. Oh, that's cool. I haven't done that. You inspired me to start making a pixel game. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Frosted Flakes. Love to hear it. Let's see. How long do you plan on streaming today? RK and I are sprinting real hard to make something playable out of this. I'm going to try to do my regular amount of time, which is between 3 and 4 hours. So as long as you guys are done by like 2, maybe 2:30, I should be able to get you in. We'll see. Um, Showcase Saturday has been going on for a year. Oh, is this like the 1-year anniversary of Showcase Saturday? That's exciting. I think that's something I would I would notice, but didn't pay any attention to it at all. But that's cool. That's cool. I have a question. Is there going to be a parrying mechanic in Isadora's Edge? So like a parry ability, probably not, unless it's like one that costs some significant amount of resources, because I don't like how centralizing parrying mechanics can end up being. I think the parry you get from Phantom in Silksong is like a good example of it costing resources so that it doesn't just totally devalue the spacing of combat, but you can use it as like a get out of jail free card. However, I also, because of getting the parry so late in the game for me, because I went through the other route to get up to the Citadel and found Phantom much later, I didn't ever learn it or use it. So it's a tough balance of making it like show up in a place and making it usable and learnable while also not making it centralized combat. So I didn't even know that Hollow Knight had a parry. Oh yeah, and the other way to think about it is in Hollow Knight, in Hollow Knight and Silksong, there's also the parry mechanic of like if your sword hitbox comes out and like collides with like an enemy's attacking hitbox, they can like parry off of each other. It's more of like a deflect than anything. But yeah, I forget what it's called in the game, but it happens very rarely and it's a very interesting mechanic. Something like that I think is cool. Like if you manage to overlap an enemy's attacking hitbox with your own hitbox for like a certain percentage or something, you can actually block the attack if it's coming from the direction you swing your sword in or something. I think something like that could be very cool. That's a mechanic that could work, but I would need to, like think about it a lot more. Oh, we got a super chat from Walker Sheep 3333. Thank you, Walker Sheep. Hope you're having a great day. Hey, I am. Things are going really well. And thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Hi, I'm a new viewer, and from what I've seen, you work as a solo dev. Why? Well, I work sort of as a solo dev. I mean, I have a team, so it's not really solo development. I have 2 pixel artists that work with me, and a composer who's been making some music. And then Insandio helps me with project management, and planning stuff out, writing the story. And then I have like a video editor who does like the YouTube shorts. And then Insandio also helps with the editing on some of the devlogs. So I have a lot of people that I work with. I started as a solo dev because I was too shy to ask other people to work with me, mostly, to really simplify it. Sekmek said, imagine being a YouTube chatter. Wow, Twitch is really going hard on trying to stoke a war. Unfortunately, this is one of those, Twitch is like, this is the worst day of my life, and YouTube says it was only a Tuesday, right? YouTube's like, we don't think about you at all. Twitch chat's so much slower, I can reply to messages. I see. I hate parries with all my life and soul. Yeah, I really don't like how centralizing they can be. I really want to give 9 Souls another try, but I kind of got burned out on the combat real quick. So I like parry abilities when it requires proper timing and not just holding a button. Ideally, you'd also need to hold a directional key based on where the attack is coming from. Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking about with like you need to swing your sword in the direction the attack's coming from so you can parry it with an attack at proper timing. I think that's a little bit more interesting to me. But the problem is in 3D games, I think parries are actually really interesting in 3D games because like with, Elden Ring or something like that, you have this omnidirectional play space, right? You're in a 3D world. So you can parry in a lot of different directions. Attacks are coming from a lot of different directions. The hitboxes are very complex. Because it's in a 3D world. And that means you need to face a proper direction. And facing the proper direction is a difficult thing to do in a 3D game, right? Because even if there's like a 90-degree angle of success on your parry, there's, the rest of the circle where you can get hit. The other 270 degrees are open for damage. So, and then you can play with the angles, play with the hitboxes. There's a lot of stuff you can do. In my 2D game, parrying, there's only 2 directions, left or right. There's no like facing up, Isadora doesn't flip onto her back when you jump forward. She just faces to the left or right as you jump. So that makes if the parry has to be directionally correct, it's still one of 2 ways, which makes it way easier. It's always 180 degrees. So making it related to timing your attack properly and overlapping the attack hitbox correctly shows that not only do you understand the timing and what attack is coming for you, but also like where you need to position safely to parry it. And I think that's somewhat interesting, but I think that mostly applies to like projectiles. Being able to smack projectiles away with your sword when they're coming at you is something that like is sort of parry adjacent and scratches the same itch, at least to me. So Insandio's in Twitch chat. Let's go. think Insandio was more of a Twitch user than a YouTube user. Someone tried to parry me IRL with a cardboard. It has like 0 depth. It's the ultimate answer to anything. Blocks any interesting gameplay because you can just hit one button and you win. There's rarely a good parry implementation in games. Yeah. I think that's where it comes down to. It's like that when I say it's centralizing, that's what I mean. Unless you put a lot of thought into the parry mechanic, it ends up just being parry to win. I remember when I was playing the Dark Souls 3 or something. I haven't played very many of the FromSoft games, but I remember I was just trying to parry everything all the time because it felt like the dominant mechanic. And when something becomes the dominant mechanic, when your players figure out what's the best way to approach something, that's what they're going to do. And that felt dominant to me. So, can Isadora use a Splongle in the Pringle Wolden? The people are dying to know. Metronome, are you okay? Can someone check on Metronome? For Honor parries are great. I haven't played For Honor, but that's cool. Ain't no way Twitch chat is winning, Lyra. Nice. Oh, yeah, +2s for Walker Sheep. Let's go. Chip damage to make poorly committed attacks less punishing. Nice. High Shovel, how's it Johnning? It's Johnning extremely well. Oh my god, that's my idea for a sword clink mechanic. Yeah, sword clinking, I think, is a great way to get that idea across succinctly with 2 words. Great communication there. Wow, I missed a lot of messages on YouTube. Hold on, I'm scrolled up. Yo, I just finished my second game jam. Wondering if you could test the build I published. The game is called Sanguina. I'm looking to iron the bugs out. Yeah, throw it in Showcase Saturday, and I'll put it on the list. Don't burn yourself out, Shovel. We appreciate what you do for the community. Hey, thank you, Luna. I appreciate that. Mr. Inbound Shovel, don't ask why, but can you say the theme of this game jam is... hopefully that's a good take for you. Out of curiosity, have you tried to solve the input mapping problem for Isadora's Edge yet? It's easy enough to add a new button to an action, but controller glyphs are a pain in the ass. No, I haven't approached that yet because I think I'm going to save solving input mapping for when I'm actually making the rough draft of the real UI rather than the extremely ugly placeholder one I have right now. I know it's an issue that I do need to solve, but I'm probably going to solve it for the real UI, or I'm going to try to solve it before the next playtest. One of the two. I might just put out the next playtest with the same ugly, not so useful key binding menu. My playtesters are like, bro, please, key binding is such a pain. Definitely want to fix the controller stuff before the next playtest, but key binding, not sure. At least subscribing on Twitch can get rid of ads. True. It's weird that becoming a member on YouTube doesn't kill the ads. I'm Isadora Edging. First time chat from Maxi18 ____. We stay winning in Twitch chat. Tofu, your editing is so peak. You saved my life. Thanks for taking over the edits. Yeah, true. Tofu's edits are so sick. Tofu has been helping out with some of the edits on the channel while Insandio's been busy. And Tofu is cooking. So great job, Tofu. When will your game release? Will it cost money? It'll definitely cost money. When will it release? That's a great mystery. I'll put my game in when I can. Does it have to be at a specific point of development? No. You can submit your game whenever you want. And I mean, I think submitting early on with like prototyping stuff and then taking feedback, especially if you can get other people to playtest it as well, not just exclusively my feedback. If you can get a lot of people to playtest it, encapsulate all the feedback and then make changes, and then you do your next prototype, you can submit that as well, right? I'm more than happy to play games more than once. There might be a long delay before you get into the queue again, but, that gives you plenty of time to make all those changes and get to your next version of the game, right? I don't think you need to play test something every week until you're at very late stages of development. I think once you're in a late stage of development, you do need to play test quite often. But early and for prototyping and stuff, you want to do a lot of internal play testing, get stuff ready, put it in front of play testers, collate the feedback and then make a new build however long it takes you. We'll try aiming for 2 hours. Sounds good. Crab Duel in chat. What's up, Crab Duel? I learned programming design patterns in college, like only one of them at a time. I like 10 of them now. Nice. You should run a game jam. True. I keep darting my eyes back and forth, trying to read both chats. Yep, same. I mean, Mix It Up bot is supposed to be like putting them into one single chat, but it seems like it's not working properly. So, no worries, Insandio. I'm super glad to help. Hey, thanks, Tofu. Wait, 1 year of Feedback Friday being dead and buried. Oh, Feedback Friday. I remember old Feedback Friday days. That's when I still was working my full-time game dev job. Before the studio closed. Yeah, I was too exhausted after work on Friday to actually stream, so we pushed it to Saturday. Then the studio ran out of money and shut down. So in theory, I could have just kept going on Friday, I demand a stream every 3 days instead. We'll think about it. I was thinking about trying to do like a professional game developer reacts type thing. Mostly I saw a real teacher reacts to Ludwig's like streamer class thing, and I thought that was very interesting. And so I was like, oh, maybe there's like game dev content on YouTube that it would be interesting to get a professional game dev's opinion on. Obviously, the first that comes to mind is Juniper Dev. I would need to ask her if she's okay with me reacting to her stuff, but I think it could be interesting. Let me know. Is that something you all will want to see? A professional game dev's take on other game dev YouTube stuff? I think Juniper Dev has a very popular video about Undertale that I haven't seen yet, but I'm interested in, and I was thinking maybe I could do that one, but I'm not sure. I'll need to think about it. Hollow Knight Silksong pairing is less of an actual strat and more of a thing you just do, something that makes the attacks feel more interactive. I see. Shovel, I need your decision. Should I hear Lyra's plea and go back to YouTube, or should Twitch win this war? I think, Earl, you might be one of the strongest warriors on Twitch's side. I mean, Twitch got some big hitters right now. We got Insandio, we got Earl, we got Jumpy, we got Sofu. I tried to say Sekhmek and Tofu at the same time, although Tofu, I think, is bouncing back and forth between the two. So, hello, everybody. It's me, Redley. Hello, Redley. It's me, Shovel. I was going to say it's me, everybody, but that's not true. Chat is everybody. Chat, everyone say hi to Redley. Make sure they feel nice and welcome here. Hopping on from the dishwasher of a Jimmy John's. What does that mean? What does it mean? Being too shy to ask for help is mega real. Yeah, it's tough out there. And also, this is making me realize just how far behind I am in responding to YouTube. Holy moly. Your color palette swap shorts made me realize I've been working on my coloring wrong since the beginning of my project. I'm glad I could help. Hi, Redley from Twitch, too. Jumpy, reaching a hand out. Does YouTube chat accept the handshake? We'll find out. This is Nuja 2 all over again. I guess more like Nuja 1. Shovel, me and some people are building a team and hopefully want to learn enough together to start a studio. Do you have any advice? Take it one step at a time. See if your team can put together a strong prototype, maybe even for a game jam. See how you work under tough conditions, how you work under a time constraint, how you work with, obviously with deadlines, that's a time constraint, and how you put a project out together. See how you respond to feedback together as a team. Get some experience working as a team before you're already looking, way down the line at starting a studio and putting out, full projects. Take it one step at a time. Hey, Inbound Shovel, have you seen the pilot for Gameaverse? Gameaverse, I haven't seen the pilot. That's the thing by Rubber Ross, right? That's a very reductive way of putting it. I think it has a lot of people who worked on it, but Rubber Ross was like the main creative director or something, I think. I haven't seen the pilot for it, though. Hello, I pirate games, but the game you're making, I will never pirate your game. It's so good. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone who's willing to pay for the thing I'm doing is extremely helpful. Especially, I got to shout out all the people on Patreon. My Patreon supporters are making it very possible to keep going. It's like the economy, not good. Financial situation, not good. But Patreon stays winning. Yeah, and so huge shout out. If you're interested in supporting my channel and the development of the game, check out my Patreon. There's cool stuff over there. I write monthly dev updates talking about the progress on the game. That's where the playtesters get access to the game from the Patreon. So if you want to support, you can check that out. And obviously, if you're not in a financial situation to support, that's no problem at all. Even just watching, just watching the stream, watching the videos, clicking that like button, those are all things that are tremendously helpful. So, yeah, so thank you to everyone who's watching, and also thank you to the Patreon supporters. Just checked the Showcase Saturday guidelines in Discord. I think I understand it, but I want to make sure. Do I have to be at a certain point in development? Oh, no, I already answered that, but yeah, you're totally fine. This is my first free Saturday in years. Rough. Sek Tofu, it do be like that. Okay. I won 8 rounds where I bet on 0 in a row in Blackball. I still lost, though. What do you think makes a good incremental game? Are you trying to summon Vari? Is that like a Vari summoning ritual? Like, what's a good recipe for an incremental game? I'm adding cycles to my platformer. I don't think I need to promote. Steam's algorithm will take care of it for me. My capsule is not that important, I think. One of those will probably work, I think. Yeah, carbon monoxide check for metronome. Notice I doubled up my messages. Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. My input's mapped already. It sounds like a flex. This whole discussion with Twitch made me realize that I might get ads for the first time in 4 years on YouTube and Twitch in 2 months from now. I see. Yeah, it's really weird to me that I can't like turn off ads for YouTube members. I looked into it. I even tried turning off ads for the whole stream, but like YouTube was really mad about that. Kappa Joe, name fixed. We're so back. Hey, welcome in. Have I played Deltarune? Not yet. I want to though. But I haven't played it yet. Hey, Unbound Shovel, is it cool if I feature Isadora as a playable character in a fan game I'm making? The playable character will be character created from people who inspire me, like you. I would prefer if you didn't add Isadora yet. I would really like Isadora's first game to be Isadora's Edge. I'm totally fine with fan games once I release the game. But for the time being, I would appreciate it. A reference to her is fine, but as a totally playable character, I would prefer if she was first playable in Isadora's Edge. I know I'm not 100% able to control that, but that is my my preference. Have I worked on a game before Isadora's Edge? Yes, I have. I worked on Halo Infinite and The Bazaar. And then also several other games for other studios that either didn't come out or are still in development and stuff. Have I ever tried Unity? Yes. When I worked at Tempo Games on The Bazaar, that whole project was in Unity, so got a lot of development experience there. Playtesting is very valuable, and I'll playtest it eventually. I'm locked in on ideas for ID count, but I want to keep 90% of them secret because then Vari will say this isn't a priority, don't make this, and then I won't want to make anything at all. Yeah, Nikki, I think definitely one skill that you can practice on is being able to filter feedback. If Vari tells you this isn't a priority, don't make this, but you want to make it anyway, simply do not listen to her. You do not have to take every piece of feedback. Vari is very smart and very good at game development, has lots of good ideas, but ultimately she doesn't have creative control over your project. That's the phrasing I want to use there. Ultimately, it comes down to what you want to add. And I think your creative vision is very, very strong. I think you have an incredible sense of how to make things that are appealing and good. So trust yourself on that. Make sure to like the stream chat. Thank you, Lyra. Thank you. Lyra and Am are on top of it. Make sure you click like if you're enjoying the stream. Is there a like the stream option on Twitch? I don't know. I don't think there is, right? So instead, just type the word like in Twitch chat. That's equivalent, right? Don't forget in Isadora's Edge tutorial, there has to be a part that takes you to the cash shop, give some free currency, tell the player how to spend it, then take it to the sweet microtransaction menu. 100%, obviously. And like, I'm gonna have at least like 17 different types of currencies. You know, you got your radial gems and your primo stonkers, and you can convert radial gems into primo stonkers during your double top-up event. And if you buy some currency during the double top-up, it'll also give you some astral projectos, which is a cereal. It's not, you can't spend it on anything, but you can have it as a nice snack. I love how many projectiles and attacks you can interact with in Silksong. The attacks feel less like something untouchable you need to avoid and more like an actual attack that you can deflect or dodge. Yeah, I totally agree. I mentioned I've been working on some combat stuff in Isadora's Edge, and the enemy that I'm prototyping all the new combat features on, her projectiles, you can just knock them away with your sword, and it's very satisfying. It's extremely fun to pogo off of her projectiles so that you can dash over her head and go for like a different enemy that's like a higher priority or something, or to get in position to dodge another attack or something. Being able to pogo the projectiles is so fun. I really love that. Like_lurk. True. Finally been able to work on stuff now that I only have 2 projects that I can bounce back and forth on, and before when I had like 700 million projects. Yeah, the urge to start new projects when you need to focus on the one you're already doing is very it's very, what's the word, tantalizing. It's really easy to jump onto a new thing. Dude, I almost did the GMTK jam because when I saw the theme was countdown, I immediately pictured a game where you're trying to kill Dracula. You know, you're trying to take the count down, and that idea was very funny to me. I was very interested in it, especially because I didn't think it would be too hard. I was picturing something very simple, and I was like, well, it's simple. I could probably get it done real quick. I could bust this out in no time at all. It wouldn't be a problem. But I'm a perfectionist, so I knew even if I did something simple, I would polish it until the deadline, and so I ultimately decided not to do it. I almost messaged Discord and said, does anyone want to do the GMTK jam with me so that I can spend less time on it? But yeah, ended up not doing it, and instead worked on a YouTube video. So I let my parents playtest my games. That's awesome. Especially if your parents aren't like particularly good at video games, that gives you some extremely valuable information. I think making a game that's both satisfying and appealing to control for the like bottom 10% of players' skill level and the top 10% of players' skill level is difficult to achieve. But if you do achieve it, you have something like Silksong, right? I think Silksong Hornet is unbelievably satisfying to control, even if you're just doing basic movement. And once you got the movement down, she's even more satisfying to control. So, who up right now? Feedbacking May Friday. Monarch busting out. What is that? The third or fourth version of the one joke? It's John and who up blanking their blank, right? Feedback Friday, Return of the Century. True. I feel so bad because now my apology message is way behind where my doubled up message was, so it's going to take a while before my apology comes through. I got to get better at keeping up with chat. Okay, I'm not too far behind. Oh, wait, maybe I am. Okay, the YouTube chat just hadn't updated yet. I am still pretty far behind. First Juniper Dev video I saw was about Toad. Nice. Oh, all right. I'm at the Hi Redley section of the video. Let's go. Hi Redley. Hello Redley. Hello Redley. Hi Redley. Hi Redley. That's what we like to see here. Don't worry. No need to feel bad. We're chill here. Agreed. Agreed, Lyra. This is a chill stream for chill gamers. Everyone, press 1 in chat if you're a chill gamer. Just press 1 if you're really chill, you're a gamer, and you're just chill about it, you know? No problems whatsoever. Just a chill gamer. All right? And press 2 if you're a chill gamer and you're really smart. Like if you're a super chill gamer and you're like a genius, and you're not dumb, right? So that's what 2 is for. Ooh, a lot of 1s in chat. Oh, you know, Lyra, I thought you were really smart. I'm just surprised. Luna, I thought you were a pretty smart guy. But you know, you should, Kappa Joe, you guys should really like be nicer to yourself. I think you're all very smart. So I would avoid having that negative opinion of yourself if you can. Okay, scroll back up. Have you heard that they updated Garten of Bonbon 1 to make it be not terrible now? You know what? I'm so used to your messages being indecipherable, Metronome, that when I saw Garten of Bonbon 1, I assumed the rest of the sentence was going to be, they updated Garten of Bonbon 1 so that you can Sigma Max your aura 6767 or something like that. But no, I didn't know they updated it. I don't even know what that game is. So far, I really like how Isadora's Edge looks, and the game dev secrets are interesting. It makes me realize even more how much detail and effort Team Cherry put into Hollow Knight and Silksong. Yeah, the amount of attention to detail and effort put into Silksong and Hollow Knight is wild. Those games are so good, especially for me to study, to like figure out what I need to do to make my Metroidvania extremely satisfying. So I want to make a roguelike game, but first I need to buy a computer. True. I mean, I guess mobile development is way more possible now than it ever has been before, like actually making a game through a mobile device, but it's still not the ideal development experience. So, basically taunting Fari, true. Fari being rage-based summoned. Would Isadora's Edge be easy to mod? I would really like to make it easy to mod, but it's not super high on my development priority list. Although right now, the way Isadora herself is set up, it would be pretty easy to give her like new abilities and new attacks and stuff, because it's extremely easy to like inject new frames of a sprite. You can just use a whole new sprite file, and then you can inject new player states, and it should work just fine. So at least modding Isadora to give her new abilities and features and stuff wouldn't be too tough. As for the rest of the map and the rest of the stuff, I think my primary focus is making it fun, easy to make for me, and fast. So I'll try to keep modability in mind, but you know, YouTube not letting you have a don't make money off of viewers option. New Yu-Gi-Oh summoning mechanics dropped, rage bait summon. I think what Yu-Gi-Oh needs is more summoning mechanics. I think I think it's really like lacking on abilities to just flood your monsters onto the board. Do you ever see Isadora being on a Smash Bros. Title? I think that would be like the ultimate victory, right? If somehow Isadora ended up in Smash, that would be unreal. I think that is beyond the pale. I cannot imagine that ever happening. So it would be sick though. I do love Smash Brothers. Hey, wait, my friggin' membership ran out, dude. Gotta like the stream in some form or another. True. Okay, let me scroll down. Okay. I'm a Unity dev. I'm creating a For You page for my software engineering degree. A first-year project. Probably not a For You page. First-year project for my software engineering degree. I just sometimes find it hard to create systems like a manager that reads input plays cutscenes, handles everything. Any advice? I think for those kinds of systems, you want to start simple and add features as you need them. Like, at least for me, I try to think of what's everything I could possibly need and shove it into the system, which makes it really hard to build something because there's no way you can anticipate every need. What's better, I think, is to build something that solves all the problems you currently have, and then you can use that system and discover what problems exist with it. Especially if you're relatively new into your development journey, I think there are ways you can preemptively architecture things in a way that solve problems you know you're going to have. But until you have experience under your belt with the problems you're going to run into, that can be much harder to do. So I would say my best advice for you is just to get the experience of refining systems. That way you can see those refinements earlier on in the process. How do I check what face of a rigid body is touching the floor? Depends on the engine. In Unity, I don't know offhand. I would probably use, raycasts would work depending on the degree that you need to know, depending on what's the word for like the amount of resolvability, right? Depending on your degree of resolvability, a raycast could get you the general idea. You could also do some math, right? If you're touching the floor, check the rotation of the rigid body, and based on the rotation of the rigid body, you know which face is the one on the floor. Something like that would work too. Me and my friend are making a game where you defend countdown in a trial. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Can you pogo projectiles? Do you know Volt Pogo? Be careful what gives you height when you pogo. People will abuse pogoing. Yeah, Volt Pogo was like in Silksong was a speedrun skip, right? That's cool. I did all my polishing before I made anything. Let's go. Guys, does my shovel reset when I get membership again? I don't think so. I don't think the membership has to be a continuous streak. I think when you get your membership again, it will continue adding months on. So if you get a year of membership over, 3 years, you'll still have the 1 year badge. I believe. I will double check that. Hey, Inbound Shovel, I'm also making a game inspired by Mega Man. It's called Sapphire First Surge. I've started promoting the game preparation for the demo release and would like some advice. Okay, I think when it comes to promotion, I think getting involved in communities is a good way to get your project in front of people, but you have to actually engage with the community. I think one mistake I see a lot of devs making is they sort of drop and dip, It's the check out what I'm making and then they leave and never say anything else. And everyone involved in the community that they're trying to drop it into just sees it for what it is, which is just promotion. And people are really good at ignoring advertisements, right? People have been trained to ignore ads. It takes a lot for an ad to be visible. Especially for a younger audience, When an old unk, which I'm very not familiar with, so I'm speaking purely theoretically, all right? I have no experience in the knowledge of being an old unk. When they go on TikTok, they might watch an ad. Someone makes a promoted short or straight up just an ad from like a company. They might watch it and not realize it's an ad at all, or even at first, right? They might watch through the whole thing and then realize it was an ad. They might watch through the whole ad, and then their wife sitting next to them named Insandio says, that was an ad you just watched. And I said, oh shit, I'm old. Theoretically. So you might get more traction with an older audience, but depends on what your target audience is, right? So people are really good at spotting ads. And when you come across as an ad, people don't want to engage with it. So my advice would be to genuinely participate in some communities to gain rapport, right? And do it in communities adjacent to your target audience, right? If you're making, like for me, I'm making a Metroidvania. So if I had gotten involved with the speedrunning community of Hollow Knight, right? There's Fireborn. It's Fireborn, right? The God Gamer guy. And there's Sky. And there's, I'm forgetting his name. But there's a lot of speedrunners that I love their YouTube videos, but I don't really participate in their community at all. And if I was trying to get Isadora more well-known, participating in their communities would be a good way for people to know who I am. And then also it depends on the size of the community you're participating in. But yeah, I think like the Balatro dev was an active member in Northern Lion's community, right? And then Northern Lion picked up Balatro. Now, Balatro, I think, probably could have been a success even without that. It's just an example that comes to mind. I think IGTAP is a perfect example. I think IGTAP was really appealing from the perspective of the people who wanted to play it. So I think that worked. Hey, thanks for the content. I'm starting my own YouTube channel, partially inspired by you and Juniper. I'm making a game that's like Fire Emblem and Pokemon. Interesting. Fire Emblem and Pokemon sounds very satisfying. Do you have any advice for starting a YouTube channel? My advice for starting a YouTube channel would be focus on making the videos that you want to make and that you're interested in. I think you don't want to make videos that are just that you think will get a lot of views. I think going for a video that you think a lot of people make videos like this, I'll get a lot of views from it, will lead you down a rabbit hole that you don't want to go down. Make videos that are similar to the kind of videos you like to watch, because if you like to watch them, you have experience with what makes them good and that you enjoy making. So make videos because you like to make videos, make them in the type that you like to make, and make the stuff that you enjoy the process of creating. And I think those three things together will give you a lot of success, or will make the whole process a lot more satisfying. Even if the video doesn't end up getting a lot of views, you'll enjoy what you made. And because you're not hating the whole process, you have the opportunity to learn from it, right? If you're dreading the whole thing, if it's just miserable to make the video, it's going to be much harder to look back on the process and figure out what to do differently and what you could change and what you could update, versus if you're like, extremely unhappy, you're not going to look at it. And then also packaging is a huge part of the battle. A good title, thumbnail, and first 30 seconds are like half of what make a video good. And then the rest of it's actually being a good video that people want to sit through the whole thing. But figuring out what you want to make and what you enjoy making, and then figuring out how you can package that in a way that makes it appealing to all three kinds of audience, because the three kinds of audience that you're trying to appeal to are your core audience, which if you're starting a YouTube channel, you don't have, right? So you don't need to worry about that one. Then you have your outskirts audience, which are the people who would like the stuff you're doing, but don't really know about you. They don't really engage that much. And then you have the total like external audience, which is people who don't generally have interest in the thing you're doing and don't know about you at all and wouldn't click on your video normally, right? And so you don't have the core audience, so you don't have to think about them. So you need to package your stuff in a way that's appealing to people who on the outskirts would like it if they found it, and people who have no idea at all. And yeah, when you're starting a YouTube channel, it's going to be much harder to do that. It's something that comes with a lot of experience, but that's at least a way to think about it. I can't believe saying Sigma Max your aura 6'7" is what Shovel thinks of me. It's a little bit insulting, huh? After Isadora will release, I'm sure Blue will try to speedrun it. That'd be sick. That'd be sick. I understand why unit testing is valuable. Why do writing unit tests have to be so boring? Dude, I remember in college when the professor was like, you literally shouldn't make your code do anything that isn't covered by a unit test, right? So if you're making an addition function, like the function is literally add, and it takes X and Y and returns the sum. It should throw an error until you write a unit test. Then your unit test is like, pass in a 2 and a 4, and the result should be 6. Now you need to update the function to pass the test. But you should do the minimum possible to pass the test. So now, instead of throwing an error, it should just return 6. Then you write a unit test that tests like 7 and 10. And I was like, that's so stupid, brother. That's such a waste of my time. It's like, I get it. I get the theory behind that I understand. But that is so much back and forth. That is such a waste of my effort, man. Anyways, once the chat catches up on this, I'm going to head out for a bit. I'm going to work on my 3D platformer. Nice, nice. I would love to become second screen content. Being second screen content is the dream, am I right? Shovel, please be careful with what gives hype from pogoing. People would use pogoing so much in Hollow Knight and Silksong. Be careful with enemy placements because speedrun skips. Yeah, I definitely will be careful with that, because I don't want people to trivialize the game, right? If the game is supposed to be, 10 hours long and people can finish it in 12 minutes because they can just skip right to the end with one unfortunate pogo, that's not so fun. But in general, I really like speedruns. So if the skip is cool, and doesn't miss too much content, if it's just a cool skip that gets you to the more fun part of the speedrun, that's what I want to put. Like, I wouldn't mind putting enemies that allow for speedrun skips where you get to avoid some boring part of the game and get to hard bosses sooner. Like, get to the meat. I think that's fun. You are and were and maybe still are so behind. May I please talk with your professor? I just want to talk with him. Just want to talk. I'm technically on my second screen because my Windows swapped my monitors. So, I mean, it's sort of first screen, sort of second screen. I'm like 1.5 screen content. Let's go. I like working on short, simple games, but it seems like major platforms are now banning publishers focused on anything that feels similar to mobile. Your thoughts on where to publish? I haven't heard about that at all. I need to look more into that. Because, I mean, Steam is the primary way to go, but I don't think Steam is banning anyone for making short, simple games. I think pogo skips are cool, and it feels like Team Cherry really leaned into that. Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a fine line. You want to enable speedrun tech that's fun and cool, and you want to patch things that ruin the run, right? If there's like some RNG skip where it's like 10% of the time you skip a bunch of fun stuff, that sucks. Get rid of that. But I think a lot of that's also listening to speedrunners, right? Like watching the people speedrun the game, and if they're like, I hate this part, I wish this part wasn't in the run, maybe a little patch. I personally like to break down a problem into a bunch of smaller, more flexible solutions. This is gold advice. Wyvern Dev, Gold Star, everyone listen to Wyvern Dev. They're both very cool and very awesome and smart and good at stuff. Because this is the way to solve difficult problems. When you have a big task in front of you, the best way to tackle it is to break it into a bunch of bite-sized chunks, a bunch of things that you can do to get to the end result you want. Because that's what game dev is, right? If you sit down and say, I'm going to make a turn-based RPG similar to Undertale, and it's going to have an awesome story, and it's going to be 30 hours of content. Let's go. It's like, what do you do? You know? So that's what game development is. You break down that big task into a bunch of small ones. And those small ones are still huge compared to the size of the first task, right? It's like, okay, I need to make a character. Well, making a character, that's a huge task. Let's break it up. Well, I need to make the characters, the characters like art. Well, that's still a huge task. Let's break it up. Okay, first, let's make the characters idle sprite frame. Then we'll make keyframes for their movement. Then we'll polish the movement, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into each different breakdown of a section. So, Shovel, you should stream in 3D. Thank you for the advice. I'll work on it for sure. Last time I didn't like the part David found a way to skip the entire area, so now I'm scared of thinking I don't like a small part of the level. Yeah, I think trying to avoid skips that are not satisfying. I think lab skip was cool in the context it appeared in the playtest. Where it was like on like the second to last day and was a huge time save that allowed, you know, for some interesting stuff to happen in the progression of people going for world record attempts. I think that was cool. But in general, I think that that's a skip that I would probably have patched out if I knew about it ahead of time. Because I think that sort of skip is not too satisfying. I'm using Godot right now. I'm trying out a raycast. I want to see if there's a solution that will work better if I add more sides. Yeah, that might be the rotational math stuff, but that's going to be 3D math can be hard if you're not super comfortable with it. So, Isadora came to my house yesterday, killed my fungal infection, stole 2 bill monies from my bird, and just left. Now there's the metronome messages I like to see. I can't believe Shovel fell for the ads. Not very grind set of him. Oh, for some reason, I thought this was a message on Twitch, so it popped up on my other chat window, so I already responded to it. I'm curious, what's the death mechanic in Isadora's Edge? Right now, it's just like well, it depends on what you mean by death mechanic. If you touch spikes, you reset, sort of similar to Hollow Knight and Silksong. If you lose all your HP, you're going to go back to a checkpoint. But in the playtest build for movement, I removed the HP and just made it hazard reset you. Basically, you had infinite HP. There wasn't actually a death. But for combat, it's going to be like you have a certain amount of HP, and when you lose it, you die. But very straightforward. At least that's what I'm going with for my first version. I might update it a little bit, but... I really struggle talking in communities. Yeah, it can be hard to overcome. I fully relate to that. When I was first starting as a game dev, you know, back when I had like 150 subscribers on YouTube, mostly from posting like Genshin Impact poll guides. And I was doing game jams and stuff, and I was trying to become a part of communities. I found talking in them so overwhelmingly difficult. So instead, I just posted stuff. And I was like, hey, hopefully people will engage with me. And then some people did, and it was awesome. And I will always remember Rocky Mullet Dev for being one of the people who engaged with me right from the beginning. Nothing on the line. I was posting extremely mediocre devlogs and game jam games that were just okay. And Rocky Mullet's like, great work. I really like this part in it. And I was like, I love you, Rocky Mullet. You are a true friend. Anyway, send hugs. You're very lovely, even without much talking. Hey, thank you, Lyra. That's true. Hamhog is you're a very, what's the word? Cherished, a very valued member of this community, even though you don't talk that often. And I think that's the kind of community I want to cultivate, is where we all respect and encourage each other, even those of us that are shy. You know. When are we going to start playing games? Pretty soon. I'm trying to get caught up on the messages before I start playing. We'll see. The legendary Mage Hog. True. It's a Shovel. Hello and hi. Hey, Nathan. Hey, how you doing? I have a different argument. Unit tests are pretty much pointless unless the code's doing some complex transformation. I think that's like kind of fair. I think the way I like to think about it is like the unit tests are for testing stuff that doesn't need to be integrated with other systems. And then integration tests are making sure that the integration doesn't break the individual systems. So the unit test covers like, here's a thing that is supposed to do, it's supposed to, you put in X, you get Y. This makes sure that happens. This, you put in Y, you get Z. Make sure that happens. Then the integration tests that ensure that if the whole thing is glued together and you put an X, you'll get a Z, right? And so that's how I think about it. But I remember when I was working at Amazon, my unit tests were not that clean. My unit tests on Halo Infinite were awesome, though. Also, in the code of Halo Infinite, because it's in the unit tests, is like messages like "Insandio is the greatest ever" and stuff like that. So I don't know if anyone will be able to decompile, and they might have kept the unit tests out of the compiled version of the game, but those are in there. I remember having to do unit tests. I'm refactoring my code to make it testable now, but I'm making the code first. Yeah, I think that professor was on something. On a whole different wavelength is what I was implying there. There's a different kind of unit testing. It's like test first versus code first. It's only useful when you have to assert complex business or such functions. Yeah, I agree. What was it? It was like test-driven development, like TDD was like really a hot concept at the time, back in the day. My last manager was really about unit tests. We ended up getting laid off because we weren't shipping features fast enough. Yeah. The constant trade-off of, do you work quickly or do you work safely? Ideally both, but I've gotten the same HSR ad like 4 times in a row, Honkai Star Rail, in this stream alone. Why does Star Rail love this stream so much? I think the ads are supposed to be catered to the person watching. So I think YouTube thinks that you love Honkai Star Rail or thinks that you would love Honkai Star Rail. You are in their target demographic. Currently having this on my second monitor so I can import dialogue. Let's go. I see your shorts, very useful learning for me. Can you elaborate on the blockout method for pixel animations? So the blockout is just like, you obviously want to separate by layer so that each limb is on its own layer just for convenience's sake. I think layering, like properly naming and organizing your layers is so important to keeping your art quick to do. I think it's fast to be messy with your layers, but then it'll cost you in the end if you're trying to do complex things. Like if I open, hold on, let me go check Isadora's attacking sprite sheet. Like Isadora's attacking sprite sheet alone has 207 frames, and that's just for her attacks. And so having 207 frames dedicated to attacks, if you don't have things like separated out and named properly, it's going to be really hard. And then rather than animating with the details, you animate with a block of color that simulates the shape, like it's the form, right? So rather than putting all the details on her hand and her hair and stuff, you just have a block for her head, and this is how her head is going to move, right? That way you can see the motion of the figure before you spend all the time detailing. Then what you want to do is separate out the keyframes for the different poses she wants to hit. So for an attacking animation, you have the keyframe of her starting it right from the idle or wherever you're starting it from. Then you have the keyframe of the slash, you have the keyframe of the like anticipation, and then you add in those keyframes and see how the motion feels with just the keyframes. See if that feels good. Then you start adding the in-between frames, also in blockout, because it's faster to add blockout frames because you don't have to add the details. Then you have a full blocked out animation where it's like hitting all the keyframes and the motion feels nice and clean. Then you put the details on top of the blockout, where it's like, okay, now I'm going to actually put the hair on the little blob that is her head. I'm going to actually put the details on her hand. I'm going to put the color on the sword, right? I'm going to add the details to the smear. I do think when you're blocking out, you should block out the smear, but it's just one flat color of smear. And then once you put all the details in, you have the animation. You don't have to worry too much about whether the motion will feel good because you know it already feels good from the blocked out colors. And you can take the blockouts and plug those into the game and test how the animation feels in game using the blockout. So you don't have to waste any time on the detailing until you've already tested it and made sure that the motion works in game. That's sort of the long answer. I'm going to make an 80-hour RPG. Let's go. Gonna make a 54-hour platformer in 2 days. I mean, it seems possible if you are okay with just procedurally generating all the levels and it not necessarily being fun or polished. How do you know what built-in functions and nodes to use in Godot and where? Do you watch those 8-hour tutorials or read the entire documentation? So it's sort of a, what are you trying to do? Find the thing that does it. And as you use the engine more, you will just know where the thing that you need to use is, right? Once you get more experience with the engine, once you use it more often, I'm about to go for YouTube now. Got to make it balanced. There will be no superiority on my watch. That's funny. Earl's like, no, you can't. We can't get too full of ourselves, Twitch chat. If Twitch chat gets too strong, YouTube chat will crumble. Very benevolent chatter, Earl is. What was I saying? Oh, right. It's you want to think about what you're trying to do and then find the thing that lets you do it. It's like, oh, I want my character to do X, right? I want my character to be able to move around. So Google, go to Godot documentation, go to Google, go to YouTube. Like, which nodes help a character move around? And the people is, oh, use a character body 2D. And then you're like, okay, what's a character body 2D? Go to Godot documentation, read about it there. It's like, okay, I see how it works. And then also, yeah, the documentation Godot has is very, very good. Well, it's good. It gives you a lot of the information you need, and you can find the stuff you need in there. You can find what you need to make the game in the documentation. Yeah, I was rewriting my story before I was kidnapped into this game jam. I used to lurk and be embarrassed to send messages. Now I'm the #1 yapper. That's true. Hey, Runtime Alex sent a treasure chest that just popped up on my screen. Whoa, that's sick. Whoa, that's cool. Can I like open it? Hold on. Can I? Nope. Well, that's cool. What is that? Oh, that was fun. Did it pop up on screen? Did you all see like a treasure chest appear, or was that just me? I have like a an alert system for like YouTube super chats and stuff, but I don't know if it actually shows like the treasure chest. Are you single? No, I am married. I am married to Insandio, the VTuber. She is a wonderful person and helps me a lot with Isadora. I love being super embarrassed to send messages. It's so much fun. Yeah, I relate to that. I saw it. Nice. Okay, other people can see it too. That's cool. The biggest issue with me for talking in communities is that in life I follow the rule of I only speak when I know what I'm saying is true and accurate, and I'm very quiet. Yeah, I have that same problem, which is why I have developed the habit of hedging. Like, I often will buffer my phrases with like, I think this might be the case, or if I'm not correct, or I'm not sure about that, I'll have to look it up. I think the way to get over that rule, the I only speak when what I'm saying is true and accurate, that can stop you from wanting to share, is being willing to admit you're wrong and change your mind. And if you're willing to do those two things, you can. It's really freeing. Because if I'm like, I think it works like this, someone's like, it doesn't work like that. Oops, sorry, I was incorrect. I have learned a thing, and we have all learned together. In fact, being wrong in public is a good way to find out what is actually correct. And I think being able to accept that sort of like, you're doing it wrong and here's a way to do it better, feedback is really also can be quite valuable for game development. Because when your playtesters are vicious, if your playtesters are vicious with you, which I will say for the Isadora's Edge playtest basically didn't happen. Everyone was so nice to me in the feedback. But I have playtested before with people who were vicious. At some of the smaller studios I worked with, the playtesters were, whew. And being able to separate the vitriol from the helpful information underneath is very, very useful. Now, ideally, your playtesters won't be vicious. Like that's the ideal situation. It's like I could not have asked for a better group of playtesters for my first playtest for Isadora. Everyone was so nice to me. But yeah, it's a skill that is very valuable. And like I think it's also something that's helpful for the people who want to start YouTube channels and promote with like YouTube Shorts and stuff, or with long form devlogs. You will get people who are very mean in the comments. And being able to ignore those is a tough skill. And I think it's something that a lot of YouTubers talk about, right? Where it's like they get a lot of nice comments and then they get a mean comment, and the mean comment like is the one that they focus on. And I think that's like being able to ignore that one mean comment is valuable for YouTubers and even more valuable for game development. So I think when you give a kind and understanding vibe like you do, you attract kind people. Oh, thank you, Solid Plasma. I appreciate that. I try to be kind and understanding. Because I know what it feels like to be in the shoes of someone like getting that extremely harsh criticism, and it doesn't feel good. I can tell you that. W Hamhog, true. Wait, I am? Of course, Hamhog. Of course you are. Don't even question it. You and Kat both. I just add I think or but IDK to everything I say, so if I'm wrong, then it doesn't matter because I didn't say I was sure. Yeah, it's a very powerful hedging, very powerful. Admitting you're wrong, also very powerful. Something that people struggle with. Being able to admit you're wrong and change your mind is something that a lot of people struggle to do, but it's an unbelievable unlock. You can ascend so much higher in life if you're willing to be like, I was wrong about that. I'm going to change my mind now, actually. Leaving something pokeable in the air after death could make for cool skips no matter what the punishment is. Death skips would be cool. Yeah, if I want a like Dark Souls death run mechanic, it's easy to leave something behind like that. I'm not sure I want to do like a corpse run, but I'll have to think about it. I'll have to test it, honestly. I'm leaning towards no corpse run, but we'll see. I still feel like I just lurk around the community with the random occasional message. I got to get out of my bubble. Yeah, it's true to some degree, Luna, that you are a shyer, quieter person. Even in the video I recently edited, you come across as a much shyer than other game devs. But I think that's fine. I think people can relate to someone who is not quite as out there. You know, not everyone is screaming at the top of their lungs, extremely full of energy, enthusiastic type of game developer. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think being a shy person there's no problem. But I would encourage you to participate in the community because you are also a valued member of the community. So we accept you around here, and we accept everyone around here as long as they are also kind and understanding. I say stuff confidently, then realize I should say another message saying I could be wrong though. Yeah. Some people are more into being brutally honest for the brutality than the honesty. That is so true, Solid Plasma. People care more about being brutal than they care about being honest. People make the mistake of conflating meanness and rudeness with honesty. These are not the same thing. You can be honest and nice, and you can be like rude and dishonest. You can give helpful feedback that is kind, and you can give useless feedback that's mean. It's like if two people both playtest the same game, and one person says, oh, I really like the way you set up the controller, but it feels a little slippery sometimes on the ground. I might like increase the friction or something. Maybe just look into it a little bit because the slipperiness was a little bit hard. But other than that, I think like the controller is pretty nice. And someone says, these controls are dog shit, bro. It's like everything about these controls is bad. The jump height's wrong. The jump arc's wrong. This is awful. The first person might be correct. Maybe the jump arc is awesome and it's just the slipperiness that's the issue. And the second person could be totally wrong. Maybe the jump arc is sick, you know? Just because the second one was mean doesn't mean it was correct. But people conflate the rudeness with being correct. People are more likely to think the second person is right about it, which is interesting, especially the developer. A developer will see that and be like, oh man, my jump arc's wrong. Yeah, it's a mistake that's very easy to make. Giving useful feedback that's also kind is like a skill. And is a valuable one to learn. It's a valuable one to learn for sure. I mentioned Gameverse earlier because I'm making a fan game for the show as well, so I can build my audience. Is this a good idea? Yes, but the making it a fan game for the show is awesome. But so I can build my audience, I would say your motivation shouldn't be to build an audience from it. That can be something that you're looking to do, right? Obviously, everyone wants to build an audience. You know, I don't post the game dev shorts like I hope people unsubscribe. Actually, I think it'd be really cool if everyone left right now. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm streaming right now because I want 0 viewers. So everyone talking right now, you're really pissing me off. You know, that's not the goal, right? Obviously, it'd be cool to have more viewers, but that's not the goal behind it. My primary drive for Showcase Saturday is trying to help people make games. And that's why I started the Game Dev Secrets series in the first place, was because I want to help people make games. The online following is just a secondary thing that's obviously people want that as well. So I'd say as long as your focus is on making a fan game for the show because you love the show and you want to make something that celebrates the show, I think that will help you build an audience, right? But if you're like, I don't want to make the audience angry, I don't want to upset them, and I want to build it, so I need to do it like this or hit this deadline or something, I think that can be a bad guiding principle. My platformer character has like 6 frames of attack animation. I used to be shy in VC, but now I talk to Monarch and Bubba a lot. Yeah, I think Monarch and Bubba are also really useful people to have in a community like this because they both are very friendly and outgoing and talk a lot, and are easy to joke around with. Like I know that Monarch and Bubba can take any level of joke. I can tell Monarch that, you know, he's not funny. He uses the same joke over and over again. And he's going to say, man, Shovel hates me in chat, and then go back to Discord and, and meme around like usual, you know? And Monarch is also very helpful in that regard because I remember like one of his first messages in the Discord when he's like introducing himself, where he was like, I want to be in a community where people can joke around with me and still have fun making games. And I was like, it's very clear. He's like, I want people who take the game making seriously, but also aren't afraid to have a good time and mess around and be friends. And I was like, that's such a nice message because it's like, it gives people the leeway to, you know, treat him as a friend in the community. And I think that's great. I think Monarch is an invaluable member in the community for sure. Bubba as well. And if their extroverted sense of being able to talk to others can help people that are shyer make friends and get people to work with. Like the fact that Hamhog, that you are in a team with other developers is, I think, a part of the community that I'm really happy exists and makes it feel worth it to me, you know, that there are developers out there that are shy and don't know how to like get people to work with them and don't know how to participate and are afraid to send messages. The fact that there are developers like that who are comfortable enough to leave messages and work in teams and join projects together is one of the things that makes running a community like this feel worth it. So I said something and it got skipped. Oh, I'm sorry. Feel free to send it again. I know it's hard to do, so no rush. I don't see it. Maybe I accidentally clicked on it because I'm not seeing it. My messages gray out when I've actually read them. So that's how I avoid missing stuff, but feel free to send it again. I made myself a custom Asprite exporter and Unity importer for my game art to do blockouts and layering the way I want while still having them combined in a nice way in Engine. That's sick. Yeah, I downloaded an Asprite plugin and then went and edited the plugin until it did what I wanted, which wasn't too hard because it mostly had the features I wanted, but it overwrote animations when it imported them. So I went in and made it import them to a separate animation player that was like tagged as the import one so that I could copy frames over and edit them as I please. But huge W. I think the only person I VC'd with here is Earl. Nice. Yeah. Earl also great member of the community for sure. And Nathan, you are as well. I loved watching your speedruns. I loved watching your speedrun progression for sure, especially because like it's cool to see speedrunners who are, incredible, like unbelievably skilled at the game. That's fun. But seeing people who started with like a much worse time and are slowly grinding it down until they get a time that's extremely respectable, that's really fun. I love seeing people who overcome their own like, weaker platforming skills. I think that's very cool. So even though I know you didn't like grab a world record or anything, I also really enjoyed your runs. I'm still shy in VCs though, because 90% of the time, if I join them and try talking, everybody goes quiet and nobody talks to me, so it gets super awkward. It's just hard to be in the presence of such a talented game developer. Is that glazed? Did I glaze properly, chat? He doesn't read every message in the chat. Don't take it personally. That too. But also, I'm trying. I'm trying my best. If I miss your message, it's not personal. I'm really trying to get everyone. After a bit, it becomes easy to intuit when a function may be called, so you can check it using autofill. Then the docs, if you don't find it, then give up if it doesn't exist. Yeah, true. It's like the more experience you get using the engine, the easier it becomes to just know, like, oh, something like this must exist, right? And then sometimes you're very surprised when it doesn't exist. But yeah, it's a matter of experience for sure. The more time you use the engine, the better you'll get at it. Oh yeah, Runtime Alex sent loot box for 1,000 joules. That was sick. That was a cool animation. I don't know what 1,000 joules means. I remember this happened once before on stream. Someone sent something for joules. I spent a while trying to figure it out. I didn't come to a conclusive answer, and I was like, I'll figure it out later. Then I forgot about it. I'm adding it to my list of stuff to forget about again. Yaply, true. I hate VCs because I'm a chronic yapper. I don't want to talk over people. Yeah, it is funny when you get into VC and there is a chronic yapper in there, but Earl has returned to YouTube. Ooh, that's a huge loss for Twitch chat. Twitch chat, how are you going to recover from that one? Uh-oh. I think a lot of finding how to do things easier gets over time because you can kind of guess what part of the source it should be in. Yeah. That's for sure. Lowbox just floated on my screen. That was crazy. Oh my gosh, I'm behind, huh? Sometimes I talk to myself because it makes the gear in my brain turn. Holy, I saw it and clicked. Am I hacked? Nice. About hit stop. I don't really like it on every hit. It's cool for rewarding things like kills or parries. If the normal attack has no hit stop, it doesn't restrict movement and lets the game flow. Yeah, it also depends on the genre, right? Hit stop on like every attack is, for fighting games, it makes a lot of sense because that's what fighting games are about. But if like every single attack in Hollow Knight had like extreme hit stop, it would get really annoying. Similarly, if the game hit stopped like crazy every time you like jumped on a Goomba in Mario, it'd kind of be like, what's going on here? But I think there's like a difference between subtle hit stop and big impactful hit stop, and it's mostly a matter of taste. What you think is going to be good. Sisters of Battle is a good example. True. If I start a project, where should I start? How should I start the project? Main gameplay, UI? Yeah, I would start with main gameplay. I wouldn't start with UI for sure. Unless, if it's a UI based game, right? If you're making Slay the Spire, there's no way around it. You can't really prototype without some basic UI. But I just added hit stop to my game, but only for the final enemy in each room. That's cool. But yeah, I would start with just prototyping whatever the main gameplay that you're interested in making is. I can't be wrong in public. I worked at a Heatwave for 10 years as a third-generation employee. Let's kill games. I get that reference. It took me a second to get that reference, but I get that reference. Whoa, I'm behind. Okay. Is it worth learning programming through GDScript, or should I learn a different language that has more learning materials available? Only on melee attack finishers. Cool. Yeah, I think learning through GDScript is totally fine. you are right that learning through something with more resources could make it easier, but GDScript is also pretty straightforward to learn. It's not a super complex language. So I think learning through it is totally fine, especially if you want to use Godot to make games and you want to use GDScript to make those games. Learning GDScript is putting one less obstacle in your path. And I find that the easiest way to do things is to put as few obstacles in front of those goals as possible, right? It's like, if you want to eat healthier, yeah, you could resist the chocolate bar in your pantry, or you could simply not buy the chocolate bar in the first place, and then you don't have to resist it. You know, the less obstacles you put in your path, the easier it will be to succeed. I've said it before, and I'll say it 100 times more. I'm never doing any playtests ever again. Didn't you submit to Showcase Saturday? Isn't what I'm doing playtesting games and giving feedback? Everyone slow down. Or, no, it's fine. I'll catch up eventually. For the playtest feedback, I tried as much as I could to not describe the solution I wanted, but the problem I encountered, so it's hard to be a good playtester. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I think playtesting is like a skill. I think people who do playtesting like professionally are really quite good at it. But I also think getting playtesting like feedback and playtesting footage from people who aren't used to playtesting is extremely valuable too, especially if you're just getting it from like gamers, right? It's like people who like this genre of game, watch them play the game you made and see what they think. And it's the job of the game developer. It's the job of the game developer to interpret the feedback the way that is going to help them make the game they want to make, right? 30% of devlog comments are just play insert vaguely similar game. I have seen that quite a bit, right? By the way, Shovel of Art Attack isn't up to date. Don't worry about it. But if it is, I got a password for a more recent playtest build. I can DM you on Discord. Oh, sounds cool. Sounds cool. I don't think, I think probably not going to make it on the list today because there are people doing the GMTK jam, which isn't finished yet. And they want their game playtested so that they can change it before the end of the jam. And so I'm going to prioritize those two, which are Tofu and RKI's game and Nikki's game are both for the GMTK, which isn't finished yet. So those two are on the top of the list, but I'm gonna try to be as vicious as I can the next playtest. The best I can do is to not make remarks when I give slightly negative feedback and still praise every good part I saw. Or else, like, you better be ready. The claws are coming out. Isadora's debut game was actually Super Mario Bros., where a time traveler infiltrated Nintendo and renamed the Toad that lets you join another Catholic thing just to spite John's Shovel Dude. That's true, actually. That's a fun fact. Miyamoto is my younger brother too. Not a lot of people know that about me. I'm never wrong though. True. Why would I need to admit I'm wrong if I'm always right? That's always true. I just pretend I was simply spreading misinformation. I mean, as much of a joke as it is, that is an easy out. Like, if you are still not that comfortable admitting you were wrong, that's a good way to get some practice with it, where you're like, haha, I was wrong on purpose, guys. And then realizing that it's actually way more socially acceptable to just say, oh, sorry, I was wrong. My bad. Once you realize that is the answer people prefer to see, the thing people prefer to see, it's easier to not make the joke. But I think any amount of being willing to accept that you were wrong is a huge step forward in the learning process for how to take feedback. So, my brother works at Nintendo, true, and so does my uncle and my dad and my mom and my other mom. I got burnt by one of those hot desserts that come with ice cream 5 hours ago. It's still ouchied. Dude, I hate that. I burned my, I went through such a dumb string of pain where it's like I pulled something in my thumb, so it was super painful, and then I like jammed my other thumb because I wasn't using my I'm right hand dominant, so when I hurt that thumb, I'm trying to use my left hand for more stuff, which I'm not very coordinated with. So then I jammed my thumb, and then I was trying to cook something with two painful thumbs, and so I burned my thumb real bad. I was like, am I stupid? Does my brain not work properly? Am I okay? Happy to see you here too. I generally don't sit on streams because it's late. I usually prefer listening to music. True. Time zones are wild. I tried to bump it up slightly for that too. I'm using the anime WoW sample as a sample for my horror song. That's sick. That's the I can't do it though. Wow. Isadora's head is a brick with the size of a moon. I'll stand by it till the day I die. Yeah. Her square hitbox. How to stop playing games and start making them. Good question. I think it's a balancing act, right? Because I think playing games is valuable. I think playing more games will make you a better game designer. It doesn't make you a better person though, but it does make you better designing games in theoretically. Especially if you're playing them with a design-based mindset where you're actually doing studies. But I think probably what you'll want to do is actually lay out your plans, right? If you want to play games if you want to make games and play games as like a reference for it, like just give yourself those time buckets where it's like, for this, I lay my time out in sprints like every 2 weeks, although I've been doing not so good a job of that recently because I've been focused on YouTube stuff. So when I'm doing YouTube stuff, I fall off my task list because the YouTube stuff is so big. I don't know how to break a script down in multiple parts yet. I have my 3 phases of it where I do my ideation, rough draft, and then my final polish. And outside of having those 3 tasks, I don't know how to break it down further, and those take a while. So I don't keep on track of my sprint tasks as well as I would like to during YouTube sprints. But in any case, break it into 2-week sprints, and it's like, all right, I want to do these like 5 things, and then I also want to play this game and this game, like actually task it out. And once you've spent the hours on those games, you know that it's time for the next task. Easier said than done, for sure. Not to trivialize it, easier said than done. I procrastinate too much. Same. Yeah, it's like sometimes if I'm scrolling, like if I'm doom scrolling on YouTube Shorts or TikTok or whatever, and I'm like, I need to break out of this and focus in. I just say to myself, like, this algorithm thinks I'm an idiot. This algorithm hates me. They want to eat my time away and turn me into a shell, a consumerism shell. That's all they want from me. And then I'm like, you know what? Actually, I don't want to scroll anymore. You know, you can't make me. Works a little bit. Doesn't work all the time, but I know there was Internet Shaquille like gave the advice of ruining your own algorithm, which I haven't done, but is a way to get it done, right? I made a ROM hack of a game similar to mine to make sure I deeply understand how my game will be different. The fact that it's building a community is a large bonus. Nice. That's sick. Yeah. I think that's like when I say like the motivation shouldn't be to build a community, that's sort of what I'm talking about. It's like you wanted to understand it, so you're making a ROM hack, and then people join in because it's cool what you're doing. I think that's a great way to build community, you know? Shovel got leaks for the next Sigma Bro Grift. Streaming for 0 viewers, low key. Sounds like it would be the next epic growth secret hack or whatever. True. Actually, I can see that. It's like, if you want to get big on social media, you're doing it wrong. The first thing you need to do, stream to 0 viewers. Wake up at 3 a.m. and put tape on your mouth. Eat 7 bananas. Be a misogynist. Do you make your own trailers? If so, what's your advice about making them good? If not, where do you find people and who are good at it? By trailers, I haven't really made one, but I think my advice for this is extremely unfair because, I mean, in theory, what I did was have a friend who went to school for video production and then taught you what to do. So I think the accessible version of that advice is to find people who are really good at it and learn from them. I know there are plenty of YouTubers who have, you know, experience making game trailers and really know what the sauce is. And I think finding them and listening to what they have to say and like learning from it is good. It's like, I just did that with a real human being that I could ask dumb questions to. Yeah. I don't think I have a trailer right now. True. Yeah. And my advice for trailers all comes from things I've seen from talking to people in the industry, right? I think I had one really great talk with the people who did Omega Strikers about how they marketed their game. I think I learned a lot from that discussion with them. And then my friend who went to school for video production. And then it's just like watching content from people who I think make good stuff and also looking at good stuff and thinking how they did that. I think that's such an underrated way to get better at things, is just to look at a thing you think is really good and go, how'd they do that? How did they make it that good? So look at a trailer you think is sick and like, what did they do here? Why did they do this? And try to figure out why they made the decisions they did and why you think those decisions work. Everyone has their own motivator. I generally do that by having clearer, smaller goals, just trying to start making. Yes, exactly. Shovel Jam changed me a lot. Awesome. I love to hear that. What are you folks talking about? Monarch's like, I feel like I heard my name. Monarch and Bubba are like kaiju level devs. That's a great comment. That's true. Bubba is a tour de force for sure. Bubba has enough personality to carry a whole community on his own, I think. Bubba, I can see Bubba popping off on YouTube and having his whole community behind him. Shovel Jam was my first jam. I didn't dare before that, so I like that it was made for beginners. Now I think jams are incredibly helpful. I love to hear that because that was 100% my goal. I was like, I feel like there are a lot of people who would enjoy doing jams, but it's too daunting. So I'm going to make a beginner one and see if people will get in there. And then people did, and I'm really happy with that. And I'm excited to run a second one once the demo for Isadora's Edge comes out. I'm excited to do it, but I just have to prioritize. If I keep pushing back the demo, it'll never happen. And then I will run out of money and starve. It'll take me a while to starve, I think, but I'll get there. Are you making all the art for the game? No. I work with very talented artists. Any tips on how to get better at it, though? This is the tip that is extremely obvious, but is just the truth, is you just have to practice. Art is one of those things that is just like the more time you spend doing it, the better you get. And by one of those things, I mean literally everything is like that. The more time you spend doing it, the better you get. Back when I started Showcase Saturday, I was horrible at streaming. And I still think I have a lot to learn. And I look at people who are good at it. Like I watch Northern Lion clips. I watched Ludwig's like teacher thing to try to see if they had useful advice for me to get better at streaming. But the more I've done Showcase Saturday, the better I've gotten at it. Similarly, when I started making YouTube videos, I was horrible at it. When I started making shorts, I was not very good at it. I think my scripts for my early game dev secrets are not as good as my scripts for my new game dev secrets. You know, all of the things that you practice, you get better at it. And so I'd say just practice. Don't get in your head too much. Think, I want to make this thing, go try to make it. Find people who are good at pixel art, look at their tutorials, and they say, you know, oh, you can use this technique. Then try that technique. Then try that technique again. Then find another thing and make that. And eventually, with enough practice, you will improve. What are we doing today? We are responding to chat, asking questions about game development, and then I will be playtesting some games and providing feedback, or at least trying to. I did that once because it said my jewels were going to expire or something. Shovel's catching up with messages from like 5 minutes ago. It do be like that. Hello, Mr. Shovel. Hello, Vari. Good to see you. My summoning ritual worked. We learned. It has a bit of a delay on the cast, but we got there. It's so funny that YouTube refreshed and pulled me right down to the bottom to see Vari's hello and then put me right back up to the top. YouTube was like, hey, by the way, Vari's here. Thank you, YouTube. He had a bad take but didn't deserve the way the internet treated him. Oh, yeah, all the hate on Pirate Software. Yeah, I think it's tough. Because, you know, things really spiraled out of control. And I think a lot of people looked up to him and then they felt very betrayed by it. So it sucks, but I see what happened. It's funny. Before all of the drama that happened around Pirate Software, I saw people saying that he doesn't know how to program, he doesn't know how to make games. And I was like, you hate to see that. Like, that's not cool. So I had the idea of making a video, like code reviewing Pirate Software, like looking at some of his code, essentially to come to his defense. I was going to say, like, you guys, as a professional game dev, I looked at his stuff. He knows how to make games, all right? So the people who are just like shit stirring because saying he doesn't know how to make games, like, let's calm that down. And then I went and looked at his code and was like, I cannot make that video. I'm not saying he doesn't know how to make games. I'm just saying a code review of his stuff and saying like he's an expert would be disingenuous. But I also didn't feel like making a video saying this guy doesn't know what he's doing. So I just dropped the idea entirely. I didn't think that would be the positive, kind-hearted video that I like to make. But yeah, unfortunate. But I do think he did a lot of good for getting people into game development. That's why I wanted to come to his defense in the first place. So, I'm glad you liked my hour and a half of head straight into Spike's gameplay. Yeah, dude, I have so much footage of head straight into Spike's gameplay. A lot of it. These streams are going from talking and general advice to playing games for the community and giving feedback to developers. Yes, 100%. Kaiju level dev here. What's up, Bubba in the house? What's up, gamers? Starting with the UI is Monarch Core. Monarch Core is also finishing with the UI. Oh, sorry. That's a low blow. I'm sorry, Monarch. Don't start with UI, especially if your name is Monarch, because you'll go too ham. There's the kinder version of that joke. I wanted to create a huge Space Factory game. It's way bigger than I can make right now. What would you recommend I do to split the giant space game into manageable bits, like game jams or something? Yes, I think game jams are a great way to build a prototype quickly that lets you know if your core ideas are working. Figure out what's the gameplay loop that's going to make your huge Space Factory game fun. Make a prototype that tests out that gameplay loop, and then see if you can like work it into the giant version of the game. Like my code is often disastrous, but I can admit that, and I've gotten better. Yeah, that's true. And I think every developer writes some disaster level code at some point, right? It's like Isadora's old state machine was such a disaster that if I showed just that snippet of code, people would be like, this guy didn't work as a professional game dev. Ain't no way. I was like, but dude, I made this in my free time while I was sleep deprived after long hours. And I was just doing it quickly just for me. I've since rewritten it and now it's actually good. Now, if you saw it, you'd be like, wow, this guy knows what he's doing. But you know, it's one of those things that like everyone writes bad code every once in a while. So, He's reading faster now. Yeah, I'm trying to speed up a little bit. I switched from Unity to Godot and things clicked a lot easier. Nice, nice. I think that's also a big aspect of it, figuring out which engine you click with the best. Some people will just click better with Unity, and some people will click better with Unreal. Hard to believe, but true. That's not playtesting, that's showcasing. Damn, true. Gotta go to sleep. Bye-bye. He'll see this in a year now. Hey, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. Are devlog shorts worth it? Yes. Because if you like making them, right? It's such a cop-out answer, but if you enjoy the process of creating the shorts and you like sharing your shorts, then it's good to make them. Also, I mean, I have gotten wish lists and an audience from making devlog shorts, so that can happen, but I do think that like doing things just to do them is satisfying. Like that's the point of, you know, your limited time on this big blue marble. I need to comment and indent my code better. Yeah, I love my self-commenting code of extremely long variable names, extremely long function names, so that when I look at it, I can just read it and know what it does. And then I only leave comments if it's not clear why I'm doing something. I never comment what something's doing. I only leave a comment that's like, hey, the rounding is inconsistent here, so I always add a small increment so that the rounding stays perfectly consistent. That way, when I look at it later and I'm like, why do I always add 0.02 here? What's going on? I'm just making a Crash Bandicoot ripoff right now to learn 3D dev. Then I'll make a Bubba game. Then I'll make a Bubba game. Nice, nice. Bash Canterbury ripoff sounds fun, though. Hey, if you're playing jam games for the sake of feedback and changing, then skip Nikki game forever because it's finished and I'm not changing anything. I'm going to assume you're joking and still play your game unless you double down on it. Those self-reflect moments of am I stupid are peak live, right? The stat buff starts stacking. You have moments like these. That's just my day-to-day. Doing some single battles right now, but watching and minimize view, but not commenting. Nice. Good luck. I mean, I think you're probably doing the event right now, so good luck on the single battles. Wish you the best. Talking is a pretty big part of the stream, and you can learn a lot and get answers to lots of questions from this part of the stream. Yeah, and then we'll have time to do games later. And also, the talking section depends on how good I am at keeping up and how many questions there are. I feel like I'm getting quite a bit of quite a bit of questions right now, so don't want to just cut it off and be like, anyone else that asks questions? I'm donezo. The first time I ever played Pokemon Showcase, a Drift Blim used minimize 6 times. I never touched Pokemon Showdown again on my own volition. Yeah, I played against an Overquill minimize recently that I was really annoyed by, but you know how it is. You know how it is. Is Godot easier or Unity? Personally, I find Godot easier, but I think they're both totally approachable for beginners. So I plan on making a Metroidvania 2, and I plan on playing through multiple ones and taking notes as I go about the things I like and things I don't like. That's a great plan. That's a great plan. I think one thing you can also do to improve this plan is to record yourself as you play. Because if you can go and look back and see your own reaction to stuff, that's very, very useful information. That's like one of the big reasons I decided to stream Silksong was just so I would have the archive of my entire playthrough in case I wanted to go look at anything. And it's been very valuable to go and look at my own first reactions to stuff, you know? That's so funny. Hamhog said, hello, Vari, and Google translated it to hello, everyone. Google, Vari thinks you are everybody. Is my chat just Vari? Did YouTube just let it slip that everyone in chat is Vari on different accounts? That's tough. That's tough. And also, you're really good at typing, Vari. How do you send so many messages? Oh my God, my Google phone just answered me. My Google phone was like, no, everyone in your chat isn't Vari. Don't do that. I don't like that. Shut up. Okay. Part of why did they do that means looking at other examples and comparing them. Yes, this is a great piece of advice too, where it's like when you're looking at why did the games do things in a particular way, figuring out why other games maybe did something differently can give you an answer, give you some insight into like, well, this I thought was really good. How come this game didn't do it? Maybe that conflicts with another piece of their design. And then you can look at that piece of design that it conflicts with and figure out like, oh, do I value the thing that they did that required them to not have the feature I like, or would I rather have the feature I like, right? Or at least let you know the issues you're going to run into if you try to add the feature that you like, you know, something like that. I'm so bad at animating in pixel art that I'm animating in 2D to trace the 2D into pixel art. I mean, it works. You can also use like filters and shaders and stuff to auto pixelate your drawing so that you don't have to trace over them. You can just turn them directly into pixel art if that's something you're interested in. So, how
How can I start learning GDScript? I made a few games with tutorial and 2D games in Godot Docs and a few in Scratch. I know the basic logic of coding. Well, it sounds like you have already started learning GDScript. So just like I would just say, keep at it. You know, the more time you spend on it, the better you'll get. And I think one big step to make is going from following the tutorials and writing the code they're writing to trying to make your own things and write your own code, figure out what you want to do. And then once you're like, well, I want this to do whatever, right? I want this duck to be able to fly through the air and shoot fireballs down as it flies across. And then can you just do that, right? Can you go in and write the code to make that happen? And if you can't, that's fine. You can go figure out tutorials to help you through it, but then you want to make sure you learn like what it is you are missing when you do those tutorials, so that then the next time you try to do something on your own volition, you aren't lost again, right? I got summoned. I did a whole Vari summoning ritual. Glad it worked out. Same as what he just mentioned, practice. I think the best thing, if you've done a few tutorials, just get out of tutorial and just make something without a video telling you everything. Yes, Tic Tac Joel managed to preempt me and give basically the advice I was going to give. Shovel jokingly said a lot of things that you would disagree with to summon you. I mean, maybe I said a bunch of really cool, awesome stuff. You know, maybe I'm a genius, you know? I came to see community games, stayed for the dev tips. Hey, thank you, your favorite enemy. I appreciate that. That's such a nice message. Can we +2 your favorite enemy for just showing up and leaving a nice message? That's what I love to see. Thank you. Currently in my burnout arc, resting for a bit. Game is at 5 hours of content right now. Release date's locked in for September 21st. You got this, Vari. We all believe in you. We all know that you can make something awesome because you've done it before. But yeah, I feel you on the burnout arc. It's like, that's one of the reasons I shifted to doing a bunch of YouTube stuff over the past couple of weeks. Is like after doing my playtest, it's like I had so many long days of just fully locked in on working on the game. And so using a break to reset my mental and work on YouTube stuff has been very satisfying. I also took some days to just like play Pokemon Go and Pokemon Champions, just straight up, not even think about game dev at all. And that was fun. So I'm making a top-down game, having a hard time doing world building, like making biomes and villages. Do you have any suggestions? Yeah, funnily enough, my suggestion would be to look into like D&D world building advice, because I think the people who make their own homebrew D&D campaigns have put so much thought in how to world build that they have like tips and techniques and tricks and stuff that are extremely valuable. And when you think about it, it makes sense. When you're making your own homebrew campaign for D&D, you are creating a game. So it aligns up with game dev. Now, if you're talking about the technical details of implementing biomes and villages and stuff, that's a whole different task. But if you're thinking about just how to plan out the world building aspect, like the lore and how the world works together, then I actually think D&D creators are a huge resource for that. All of the stuff I've learned about world building has come from back when I was watching like Matt Colville and other D&D, like really smart D&D guys, because I was running D&D campaigns. And I got pretty good at world building as a result. So that's a big piece of advice, I think. The Heart in YouTube chat covered burnout, so I thought you were in your burrito arc. My red Lido arc, it do be like that. Okay, I'm now in tomorrow, so I need to go sleep. Good luck to y'all. Have a nice stream. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Earl. Good to see you. Good to see you. It would definitely help if I was more consistent with my variables names formatting. yeah. It'll be 7 minutes before he sees this, but thanks. No problem. Sometimes I write disaster code today because you need to push a hotfix for a specific client on Friday and Mercury's in retrograde or whatever. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to rush out the fix. It doesn't need to be a pretty fix. It just needs to fix it, and then you can do the pretty fix later. Do you have any advice on how to find artists to partner with for your main game? So I just cold messaged artists that I really liked their work. That's all I did. I went through, I looked at stuff and I was like, I think your stuff is cool. And I messaged it. I think your stuff is cool, message them. And then obviously a lot of artists cold reaching out, they either don't reply or don't have time or aren't interested. And that's, totally fine. That's another aspect of, trying to form a team is just being able to like move on, not taking it personally. If people's like, no, sorry, not interested. And then eventually, you find your artists. It's like I found the pixel artist for Isadora was like the very first person I messaged because I loved their art. I was obsessed with first pixel art. I thought it was so sick. And I messaged him and he was like, I'm not available now, but I'll be available in a couple months if you can wait. And I was like, I will absolutely wait because your art is sick. And then it took a lot longer to find the environment artist. But now I'm working with an environment artist that I think is just a genius, unbelievably talented. One of the most talented artists I've ever seen. That guy is beyond cooked. Cooking? Beyond cooked sounds like an insult, but I meant it positively. He's just so good. And it took a long time to find an environment artist to work with, but that I think I got both extremes. Like I found my pixel artist for the characters and animations very, very easily and quickly. And then I found the environment artist very slowly and very difficultly. And I think both are totally fine. Works, Beyond cooking. Yeah, that's what I mean. Beyond cooking. Have you heard of Gdevelop? Yes, but I haven't used it, so I don't have much of an opinion of it, other than like it seems pretty good. I'm on iteration 3 of rewriting my enemy code. Yeah, same. I think I might actually be on iteration 4, because a lot of my stuff was set up to work linearly, right? I wanted the enemies to almost sort of be obstacles in the way of the player. So rewriting them to be more like thinking agents that have to adapt to the space they're in, because you can backtrack through in both directions. And so I need to do enemy placement totally differently. It means I need to rethink the system. But I think the new system that I've cooked up is really good. I'll probably make a devlog on it. It'll probably be like a short, easy one. I say about every devlog I've ever thought about making, and is never ever the case. It's never once been true. It always takes a long time. A little demon in my brain just needed to speak there. I click much better with Unity than Godot. Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's just a matter of preference between those two. It's like I way prefer Godot, but I understand the appeal of Unity. I can tell what makes it really sick. So, my brain is a bean. I come from the shorts. About 5 or 6 of them over a week. I decided to check out of the game, and it seemed cool, and it turns out it is. Hey, that's sick. That's sick. After 5 or 6 shorts, Nathan decided to get into the playtest. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it. I think the playtest went so much better than I ever could have expected, which is why I've put a lot of time into trying to make the video about the playtest, because I really want to cover everything and talk about all the stuff that I think went well and all the stuff I learned from it. I think I want that video to be like really good and do proper justice to the playtest. Hey, Bing J with a 10 British money. With a 10 with a super chat. Bing J says, after spending today by the computer trying to figure out animation, I have exhausted myself. I can't join the stream for too long, but I can still support it. Also, don't forget to like the stream. Thank you, Bing J. First, let's get some +2s in chat for Bing J. A goat for sure. Very nice guy. Very supportive of the stream. Also had a great run through the playtest. just an all-around community juggernaut. +2 for Bing J. Bing W, a classic Bing W. And yeah, make sure you rest. I know sometimes animation can be extremely exhausting, so make sure you rest properly. But yeah, glad to have you around, and hope the animation goes well. Hope it works out. And also, yeah, don't forget to like the stream. Thank you. Okay. Whoa, I'm so far behind. I found you from shorts, and I know I'm not the only one. Yeah, my shorts have a much larger reach than the devlogs and the long form videos and the streams as well. So yeah, I believe probably a lot of people first found me from the shorts, which makes sense. For me, you didn't get a wish list from these shorts, but you got a sub. Hey, I'll take it. Is ADHD medication worth trying? I don't know. I haven't used it. I think probably I would talk to a professional. I have ADHD, but I haven't ever taken medication for it. So, what do you think about Pico 8 as a way to learn game making? I think if you're interested in Pico 8, that can be a great way to get into it, right? If you're like, Pico 8 seems so cool, I really want to learn about it, then that motivation is worth it, is extremely valuable, right? You don't want to squander your own motivation. So if that gets you into game making, I think it's a great window into it. Maybe I wouldn't hate Unity as much if it didn't take genuinely like 30 seconds to change a single value. The editor is actually unacceptable. Yeah, that's my big issue. I hate how slow Unity is. Dude, it might actually come from having ADHD. It's like when I open the project and it takes so long to open, I actually lose focus. And I can lose like an hour of focus. Like I open the project, it takes minutes to open, and in that time I've left my desk. I've gone upstairs to talk to Insandio about something. I've gone for a walk outside. I opened a game or something. It's like Unity taking so long to open is really dangerous for me. And also it takes a long time to change stuff. So hot reload coming in standard Unity 7. Let's go. Minimize gives 2 stages per use. It caps out at 3. The only engine I feel isn't super approachable that's in frequent use is Unreal. Don't try using Lumberyard if you still have access to it. YouTube knows. I can feel myself turning into Vari. Dangerous. Not only hot reload, but the full death of domain reload. And fast interplay mode, easy to set up in 6.5, default settings in 6.6. Nice. I mean, I'm glad that Unity is still like making things better for developers. We appreciate that. One of my friends' stream chats, I think someone typed like pub or a random 3 letters, got translated to like 2 very long words, and judge. YouTube's translation is wild. I still remember when it made RKI say he doesn't know how to eat chicken. That might be the ultimate translation of all time. YouTube chat said everyone in your chat is Vari, and RKI doesn't know how to eat chicken. And by the transitive property, that means Vari also doesn't know how to eat chicken. Don't worry, you'll get there. You'll never know everything. Programming is basically being good at using Google. True. I think when you're a beginner at programming, it's easy to forget, or it's easy to overestimate the skill level of other developers. I think you might see other people program and be like, oh man, I have to look everything up. I'm constantly checking documentation. Brother, me too. I'm in that documentation for real. So don't worry about it too much. It shouldn't have taken 7 freaking unities to make the editor bearable. I forgot it was Saturday. Greetings. Greetings. Welcome in, Toxic Sludge. Hello. I like my little micro breaks. I get a 10-second phone break every domain reload. Yeah, if your brain can handle getting a 10-second phone break, then like I think that's totally fine. Also, forced breaks from Unity when I was working at a full-time job is something that's pretty satisfying too, because you get paid for those forced breaks. You know what I'm saying? When Unity takes several minutes to reload, those are minutes that I'm getting paid for, brother. I love waiting 30 seconds to preview a sprite just to have it change like 10 more times, because little known fact, I'm using the editor to edit. How do I make movement in my 2D pixel art game feel more like Hollow Knights and less like a Flash game? There's like so many details to it. GMTK has a great like interactive devlog on how to make movement feel more satisfying, where you can play with settings in real time and see how it affects the controller. What you might want to do is check out that devlog, check out that interactive tool, and play with it until it has a feeling that you think is as good as Hollow Knights, or at least close to it, and then see what your game is missing compared to the stuff that GMTK introduced in that interactive devlog. I think that might be a good way to really narrow down all the things that you're missing, because from an outsider's perspective, I don't know what you've already added to your controller, so I don't know which aspects you're missing, right? If I say, well, Hollow Knight is really good with like buffering and really good with like letting you cancel stuff, you might already have buffers and cancels, so that advice is useless to you. But if you go into like the interactive thing and like work through it, also just doing a case study of Hollow Knight, like play through it and see like when you press your buttons a specific way, what happens in Hollow Knight, then do those same button presses in your game and see like what happens, like what's the difference. Turn off the sprite atlas if you're doing rapid edits of sprites. This is some premier Unity advice coming from Vari herself. I put broken heart, not broken chain. Okay, it looks like there's some Unity discussion about sprite editing. All right. Beyond cooking. All right, we're back to this one. Acceleration and deceleration, coyote time, variable jump height are simple, would do a lot to make platform movement feel good. Yeah, so Hamhog covered a lot of the things that might be bringing down the feeling of your gameplay. So if any of this stuff is stuff that like you're not sure about, I would look into this, right? If you don't have a variable jump height and you don't even know what that is, then look into it and see how Hollow Knight does it. 1 hour and 40 minutes in, when are the games gonna start? We're almost there. Not beyond cooked. That's an insult. Beyond cooked is low-key so mean. Oops. Beyond cooking. Redley 20, Nikki 0. Oof. Evil. Back to work. Maybe I can try to put out 5 to 10 more levels. Let's go. All right, then we got the Bing J Glaze, as is deserved. Bing W. British Monopoly money. Just lost a single because they had Ice Shard and I had Garchomp. Deserved. Garchomp loses. Garchomp losing. We love to see Garchomp lose. Number 1 Garchomp hater has walked into the building. I lose to Garchomp so much, man. That's like my number 1 mon. I added Ice Punch Conkeldurr to my team just to deal with Garchomp. Oh, man, I struggle against Garchomp. When I talk about world building, it's more like building a village, where to place houses, how many NPCs there should be, but thanks for the D&D advice. Yeah, I think D&D will give you the advice to think about that. Because when you're putting together a village, in fact, you might even straight up look at some of the campaign settings, like some of the like pre-written villages that D&D has put into their books, and see what they built their village as, and like reference that, because you need to think about what's the size of the village, depending on how many people live here. What kind of resources do they need? Do they like have farms? Do they travel? Like, do they do trade to get their goods? Like, what's the other settings? What are the other elements of your setting? Like, is it a high magic setting? Is it a no magic setting? Like, these are all important details for how you put your village together. This is why you never use Garchomp. What language does Pico 8 use? I don't know offhand. I don't know. It might be like custom. Let me actually, you know what? It turns out I have the internet at my fingertips. Pico 8. Oh, is it Lua? It's a lightweight dialect of Lua. I see. Yeah, Lua is not bad at all. Lua is pretty easy. Oh my god, exactly. I can't focus when I'm torn out of it like every half second. Yeah, I have that same problem, which is why Godot was so appealing to me. You can change things very quickly. Wait, Unity taking multiple minutes to open isn't a joke. I've always only used Godot. I thought that was exaggerated. It depends on the project size and how much stuff is in the project. But yeah, no joke, when I was working on the Bazaar, sometimes Unity would take straight up minutes to open. Minutes. And it was brutal. I think I made a video where I compared the different engines, and I straight up I timed it. How long it takes Unity to open, how long it takes Godot to open. And in the time it took Unity to open, I opened Godot and created like a 3D world and made a character controller that can move around and jump and stuff. So like the difference is massive. My bean-sized brain has ketchup. I want to make Slay the Spire type game, and I told you I need to make the UI first, but I need to get better in GD Script. I see. Chicken, RKI, still confused. Unity is slow. It is the big issue. Yeah. I think that is the big issue. I see others using shaders, and I'm an infant game dev. It's so funny to see Luna call himself an infant game dev when he like has won multiple game jams. Luna's like, I'm an infant. Other game developers are so much more talented than me. I've only won 2 game jams. It's rough out there. Yeah, but no, Luna, you are an incredibly talented game dev. Luna has an understanding of Godot's animation player and how to make things look good using Godot's animation player that I think is almost unmatched. I feel like Luna's understanding of the animation player, bro, make a tutorial. Drop the tutorial, brother. But yeah, it's really easy to look at other people's talents and compare them to the areas you're weak in, and then people often underestimate their own talents, right? When you're good at something, I also don't even like the word talent, because people develop these skills over time. They're not just born at it, not born with the ability to code in shaders, right? But you see that you have the things you're really skilled at, and because you're skilled at them, they come easy to you or easier to you because you've built up that skill level. And so you still know that it's a skill, but it's easy to undervalue the skill. And then you see other people do stuff you don't know how to do, and you inflate the value of the skill, which makes you feel inferior to the other developers, right? It's a very common thing to have happen. But yeah, I think with time, you'll become more aware of your own skill level. It's like I do it with programming, right? It's like I've been programming for so long, and programming is probably the thing I'm best at. So I tend to undervalue programming. Programming is very easy to me, right? So it comes across as easy. When I see people good at stuff that I have to work harder at, I'm like, wow, they're so good, right? So it's called Unity because game developers unite over how much they hate using it. Lamau. I wish I got forced breaks. Whenever I'm loading a big file, I'm told to take the rubbish out or hoover or do something in the meantime. If you got time to lean, you got time to clean. Am I right? My dad was a manager at some fast food places for pretty much his entire career. And yeah, he always hated that phrase, He was like, it feels very demoralizing to the people working there. And almost like insulting in some ways. It's like, if you're already working hard and you need to take a quick break, you need to take a quick break. Holy carp, I just found out Godot hot reloads. I never knew that. Nice. Hoover, clean with a vacuum. Yeah. Hoovering is Hoover is a brand of vacuum, right? Or is it just a word? Yo got translated to they are. I don't know what language it's thinking that is. It's like, if it's Spanish, why wouldn't it just translate it to I? But I'm beyond cooked. Yo, bro, I'm beyond cooked at game development. They wish they could be me. My brain may be a coffee bean. I wish my brain was a coffee bean. I would drink it up. What am I saying? Thoughts on the viability of a combatless Metroidvania? I mean, it sounds like it would work just fine, like a Metroidvania where you're like solving puzzles and stuff. You do need other main ways for people to interact with the game so that it's not just exploring a world. Although you could potentially just do an exploration-based Metroidvania. It'd be interesting to see how you keep the engagement high. You would probably need a lot of like environmental storytelling. The story would need to be very, very strong, and like the environmental details would need to be very, very strong. But yeah, there are other mechanics. It could literally be a Metroidvania where you play cards against people, and so you're exploring this world and finding people to play cards against. Like, it could work. Thanks for your advice. Keep on your work. I start making videos when my demo comes out. You inspire me to do it. Awesome. Love to see it. Now my Quaquaval, I have no idea how to say that Pokemon's name, got Psyfanged. Did you have screens up, or was that enough? I guess Metagross is a physical attacker anyway. I haven't really used Godot, but I like that it's only one apple tall. Shovel getting closer to recent chat. Let's go. I'm finally catching up, I think, unless I'm still behind. No, I'm finally catching up. Let's go. If I could hover, I'd be doing something else for work. His win rate in Game Jam is like 70%, right? Luna's like, I only have a 70% win rate in Game Jam. That's a C. Bro, I got a 0. I love using others' shaders, and I'm like, man, I wish. I see others using shaders, I'm like, man, I wish. Yeah. Shaders are some sort of dark magic. Yeah, until you get started with shaders, it feels like, you know, arcane nonsense that you can't even possibly begin to understand. But you know, the more you work with it, the more you'll get there. And also, looking at other people's shaders, like from GodotShaders.com or whatever engine you're using, whatever shaders you have access to, looking at what they do and then figuring out why it causes the effect it does is very valuable for understanding how shaders work. Because once you get it, shaders are quite simple. But until you get it, shaders are magic. And also, 2D shaders, I think, are easier than 3D shaders. I'm learning GLSL and HLSL. Good luck, yes. I wish I had talent too locked in on skills. Skills maxing, talentless skill maxing. Let's go. I don't mind a little slowness when Unity lets me do basically whatever I want to the engine with just C#, but it's getting faster both in general and easier to make it faster yourself. Nice. Shaders are just a dark magic I wish to learn at some point. Maybe I focus on the fact I don't know them too much. Yeah, it's something that you just have to spend some time to learn. And it's there's like a huge, like, a lot of things you can learn like one step at a time, and it feels very approachable how to take those steps. But shaders are, when you haven't really taken those first steps, they look like massive. Like, how could you possibly climb? It's like a cliff. I can't climb that. That's not a step, that's a cliff. But once you get up onto that cliff, then the stairs become very visible, and you make your progress like that, you know. Nikki, you've had a worse experience than most. Yeah. The unfortunate part is that Unity can be that slow. I guess it's possible for Godot to be that slow if you like bloat it with plugins that need to do a bunch of like initialization stuff. But even then, Animal Well doesn't have combat. Animal Well's on my list to play. I didn't know it didn't have combat at all, but like Animal Well, yeah, it's on my list. I need to play it. I also need to play Rain World. Shaders are so useful. Yeah. Shaders are extremely useful. They make a lot of things really easy once you know how to use them, and so it can save you a lot of effort. How do I handle enemies in my 2D Metroidvania game? They aren't static patrolling. They patrol until you walk in their detection zone and then start chasing you. How do I handle them not chasing you too far? Make like a home point that they know where it is, and then in whatever system you're using to control them, which is probably a state machine, have them check their distance from home, and if they get too far from home, they enact some kind of return to home state. And then once they return to home, then you can make how close do they have to be until they get back to their home state before they go back into their regular combat thing. Something like that will get the job done. Pokemon also sounds like dark magic. If you're listening to y'all talk about it, I haven't done too many battles recently. I did some battling for a while, and then I got back to work. Less time to spend battling. I got to Master Ball tier both of the seasons I played. I was pretty happy with it. I would love to get up to champion tier, but I feel like that's going to take a lot of grinding, and I probably would need to use a better team. I don't think Conkeldurr is really getting it done for me. Just using the engine how it installed, which took like 30 minutes. Godot takes like 5 seconds to download. Godot dubs once more. Nikki, Godot's #1 warrior. I agree. I do like Godot over Unity, but I do think there's personal preference to it. I have a 0% win rate in game jams. I only got 3rd in the only jam I did. I mean, 3rd out of like 1,000 is really good, Jumpy. I do love Animal Well, but this is more environmental and exploration based. I see. Having finally discovered shaders, everyone says they're awful. They're awful and terrible, and dark magic are just wrong. It has a sharp learning curve. You can get into them really easily. Yeah, sharp learning curve is the succinct and smart way to explain what I said with the cliff and the stairs. that initial jump on the learning curve is very steep, but then once you get in there, it's pretty easy to understand. They're just scary when you don't know what's going on. Imagine for shaders, you're writing code inside a 2D for loop, targeting every pixel in a sprite, and also you can't use if statements. Yeah, that's the easy way to understand fragment shaders for 2D games. Once you get into vertex shaders, then things get a little bit complicated again, but it's not too rough. The 30-minute install time is real, yeah. My audio keeps going quiet. I don't know why. Unfortunate. I pulled my mic closer, but it might not be on me. I don't know. Can't wait to watch you play a bunch of games. Yeah, let's go. Any tips on priorities? I've been making my game for 1 year, but still redrawing the NPCs for like the 100th time and always redoing the animations. I lose a lot of time. Yeah, for priorities, I'd say it really depends on what you're trying to do. If this is your first game, and you're just trying to improve as a developer, then redoing the NPCs you can learn, right? Especially if every time you redo them, they get a little better. It's like by the 101st time, there will be such a drastic improvement over the first, and then the next time you need to make NPCs, it won't take 101 tries, right? So if your goal is learning, then what you're doing is fine to a degree. You don't want to spend 20 years just redoing everything in one game over and over and over and over and over again and never actually release it. But yeah, I think if you want to get it out there to get like playtesting feedback, like if you want to see how the game works and get feedback like that, then I would prioritize getting your prototype gameplay loop in there, right? So that people can actually play it and give you feedback on what it feels like to play the game. But there are lots of little things you can also do to make Ictab faster in editor, even with the settings you have. Interesting. It came out this Thursday. Dewdrop Dynasty. Oh, that's from is it Good Guess? Is it Good Guess? I think it's Good Guess. I'm Googling. I was correct. It's Good Guess. Yeah, Good Guess's devlogs are so good. I love Good Guess's devlogs. I watch his stuff when I'm trying to figure out how to make my devlogs better because that guy is good at what he does. We are Good Guess appreciators in this chat. He could be another one for that idea of like reacting to other game dev stuff from the perspective of a professional game dev. I would also need to get his permission to do that though. Although since he just released Dewdrop, me doing a video reacting to one of his devlogs about Dewdrop is probably good promotionally. Maybe. Not sure. 100% not sure. I also could potentially do Dewdrop on Showcase Saturday if he was interested, but I don't know if Good Guess knows who I am. So, so we'll see. We'll see. Do play Animal Well. It's a masterclass in design, a love letter to gamers. Nice. I'll have to check it out. Same as regular development. Follow some tutorials to make your own effects. Yep. And reference other cool effects. I think that's another good way to do it. I want to make a big multiplayer online game. What should I do to get to know Godot better? I'd say your first goal should be to make a really cool, small single player game, then make a small multiplayer game, then the big multiplayer game. And so those steps will get you to where you need to be. I think trying to make it big and multiplayer right from the jump is going to be tough. But yeah, for getting to know Godot better, I would just follow some of the really cool tutorials. I think Bracky's Godot intro tutorial is super good for beginners. So highly recommend that. And then if you go to the FAQ in my Discord, I have a Learn Godot over like however long. Is it 30 days or 15 days? I don't remember. I have like a Learn Godot in 1 month like list that lists a bunch of tutorials that I think are good and gives you some like coursework to do. So it's sort of like one of those online game dev guru classes, except for it's linking other people's tutorials because they did a really good job of it and I'm not charging anything for it. And you could just follow along at your own pace. I just read some shaders, documentations, and effect examples. Nice. Not dark magic, it's math. What's the difference? Am I right, gamers? I have an undefined win rate because I never entered one. True. In Minecraft resource packs for a map I'm working on, I did the first step. Now I'm like, I guess I have to manually draw shadows now. True. I think wistfully that I would love to win a game jam someday and completely forgot that I have in fact won a game jam. Nice. Yeah, I would love to win a game jam someday. So maybe I'll have to team up with Luna at some point. Need to get like Luna, Bubba, just get the whole squad together. I have yet to win a game jam. Angry face. I haven't participated in a game jam in my life. You should. They're fun. Yeah, good guess. Nice. How would you play games that control your game window and create files on your desktop for the showcasing? I have a virtual PC that I can use, although it doesn't play 3D games very well. It's not like super performant. But yeah. Been a Good Guess day one since 2K subs. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I've been watching Good Guess for a while. I don't know if I was a 2K subs enjoyer, but been there for a minute. All right, I think I finally caught up in messages. Love to see that. Okay, which means we can play some games. So RKI and Tofu, is your game ready for getting feedback? Because you would be on the list. Thanks for the advice. No problem. I'm caught up. He's here. He's caught up. Let's go. I made a custom math formula for smooth camera damping in my Unity pixel art game. It stops pixel snapping and blurriness. I'd explain here, but it's a bit too long for YouTube chat. Not bad. If you want to talk about it more, you can in Discord, in either general chat, share your work, whatever you want to do. Straight up talk maxing. It do be like that. If RKI and Tofu is not ready yet, then I would start with IDT's game. Boom. I've completed my chat pilgrimage. I made it. I made it to the bottom. Okay. All right. We're going with IDT's game. Is this? Yeah, it's full screen. Okay. And then let me check the volume. Oh no, it's gonna blow up my eardrums. Okay, not quite. Okay, that's extremely loud for y'all. Let me turn it down. Okay, how is this volume level? Not Inner Demon's Calamity. This is Nikki's entry for the GMTK Game Jam, which is still running. So, let me go ahead and go to the desktop. Ebipak presents Kronos in Hell. So I've already full screened and zoomed because there isn't like a full screen button. I think staying locked on a specific aspect ratio is totally fine. I think like having it at this aspect ratio works. No issue with that. But having a full screen button with like the bars on the side so that I could just click full screen would be really nice because I'm old. My eye's not so good and I have to zoom in, but full screen blows up the UI. Oh, I see. For such a short game jam, then I think it's totally acceptable. I can do this, but I think like regular size, this game is like, you know, like this big. That's tough. That's tough for my old eyes. But okay, and we got settings. All right, and play. Level 1. Hour 1. Kronos is dead. Kronos, the purveyor of time, has skronking died and tragically gone to hell. Nice. Doorways to continue. We're gaming. You are his daughter, Ebipak, but you go by Ebby. Aw, cute name. A little squash and stretch on the jump. Love to see that. A classic Nikki sprite as well. Okay, I think the music might have increased in volume a little bit there. Oh, when I jump, the background like details move. Do you see that? That's interesting. Master of Square Games. I thought you weren't, Unk. Oh right, yeah, I'm not. I'm young. I'm young and cool. Oh, okay. So when I jump, things like react to it. So when I jump, the background scrolls and the block moves. So I activate stuff by jumping. The clock refuses to spin without its master, but your actions can cause ripples in time. Ah, I see. The god of time died, so the only time time moves forward is when I jump. You can't perform actions without enough time. Time is shown by the clock at the top. Okay, so I have 1 time left, which is equivalent to 1 jump. Okay. I'm also developing a Square game. It do be like that. Okay, you can still do actions while the ripple is playing out. Right. Oh. Ah, interesting. Okay. So I need to jump to get under here. Uh-oh. Okay, you really have to make that jump. Little unforgiving on that jump, but I'll get it. Maybe I just take it like this. Nice. But now I'm out of jumps. Okay, so that's not the way to do that then. Oh, I can probably make it from the left here. I cannot make it... Wait, I should be able to make it from the left here. Didn't I make it from the right doing that exact strategy? Oh, it's because my jump height is limited due to... Can I... Huh. I can still do actions... Oh, wait. I think I just made that. I think I didn't I just make that? Okay, no. I can do actions while a ripple is playing out. So there must be something here. I only have 3 jumps left. Oh, I can do actions while a ripple is playing out. I think I have something cooked. Cooking. I need to do... Ah, that's what it is. I need to double jump here, which lets me... Nope. Close though. I can do the double jump here to get up here. Let's go, gamers. Nice. Let's go. Okay. Actions cost different amounts of time displayed at the top. Clocks can cause ripples. Oh, okay. I need to walk over here and use my time to get this clock, which will cause a ripple to lift it up. Okay, got it. Got it. Hello, Byron Dev, or Bayrun 20 Dev, I should say. Welcome in, welcome in. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Clockathon. I have... It cost me 5 for a jump. Oh, that's so expensive. In this economy, brother, 5 for a jump is a brutal. Okay. All right. Okay, I think I see the vision here. Grab this, which lets me... Maybe, can I grab this one on the way up instead of the way down? Which lets me get over here to grab... Nope, nope, nope. I can't afford another jump. Does this one help? Nope. I only get one jump. And since I only get one jump... Oh, I need to double across. I see, I see. Grab this, and then when I'm like at the top... Okay, not when I'm at the top. Not when I'm at the top. When it's on the way up. I tried to jump. I'm so used to just being able to jump in platformers. When this is in the perfect position. Nope. Maybe that's it, but I don't necessarily think that it would just be a red herring clock right at the top, you know what I'm saying? Oops, I missed. If I grab this clock, there might be a window where I can run across here, and there might be a window there, but if it is, it's extremely tight, and it's not using the top one. But okay. Well, that sort of simplifies things, huh? For some reason, I didn't think I was going to be able to reach the top one here by just riding that up to the top, which... Oh, new ability. Oh, does the dash end with like a little jump? That's so cute. The dash ends with a little jump. That's so cute. Okay, dashes cost 2, so I need to jump dash. Okay, I think that's the right movement. I just need to actually hit it. Nice, easy money. I can't jump. Okay, this is where I learn... It's where I learn, like, the insane movement tech to get up here. I still can't jump. Oh, I can dash straight up. Okay. I was unaware that I can dash straight up. Okay, I missed it. Wow, this one you have to go fast, huh? Oh, I shouldn't use the dash sideways in that hall because it has a little jump at the end, which slows me down by quite a bit. Can I use the arrow keys? Okay, arrow keys are going to make this much easier, I think. Nice. Okay, we got there. Okay. Now we can jump. Probably need a jump dash. Oh. Made it up there. Just stop moving. Interesting. This feels like it couldn't possibly be the answer. Do I need to... Okay, so if I coyote time, I can actually barely make it onto this, right? Feels really shockingly close. Can I make it with just a straight up dash? No. Dash isn't even close. So it feels like I actually have to use both to get onto this. Oh, I can diagonally dash. Okay. Diagonal dashing is the answer. Oops. I can't jump and diagonal dash. It's just diagonal dashing. Oh, I see. The pressing jump before the dash just feels so natural. Okay, we got it. All right. I have 3. Boop. Nice. Okay, I can dash again, which is like here. Feels like this might not be the intended solution just because of how difficult it is to land it. You know what I mean? It's like, is this really what I was supposed to do here? Especially because I need to land on it and then walk off and get the momentum. Just feels wrong. I have 1 left. Okay. Almost, but I don't think that's right. That's something. Okay. We got it. Almost made it. Okay, if you just dash in place on this block, it always works. Okay, so dash in place on this block and then walk off with proper timing to get the speed boost from it. Nice. Okay. Then, now that we have gotten down here, I either have 1 jump or 2 dashes. Maybe 1 jump is the answer. Boom. Easy money. I'll learn to spin the wheel. Bye, Dad. I read those in the wrong order. Kronos in hell. Nice. Okay. Let's think critically about this game and see if we can give some feedback. So I think once I realized I'm back in its Nikki game, true. Did the insane reading from the bottom to the top? Yeah, I don't know why I did that. A little brain lag. Okay, the level select seemed to have failed. Let me... Okay. Can I... Okay, nice. Worked this time. Okay. Yeah, I think... It's... I think one thing that's interesting to me is that this dash has so many applications, right? You have like, you have dashing in place just to activate stuff, and which is something I didn't realize I could do until really late. Then you have like, you know, I used up all my stuff. Then you have like vertical dashes, which basically work like a jump. You have the horizontal, straight up horizontal dashes that also end with a jump. You have the diagonal dashes that give you like a lot of movement. It's like you have so much movement freedom with this game. Which means I think, can you actually just like skip this whole thing with it? Maybe if you actually hit it, you can. Feels like maybe those spikes on the ceiling are to prevent exactly this trick. That's pretty close, actually. But this dash has so much freedom to it. You can do so many things with it. Got a dip since near midnight. Farewell, chat and show. Hey, thanks for hanging out. See you next time. And I think that's really cool. I think you did a good job making this dash so versatile. And I think the levels do a good job of teaching you, like how to use the dash in all its different ways, right? It's like at this point, I do know how the dash works, which I didn't know when you first introduced it, obviously I hadn't learned everything yet. So I think the levels are doing a good job of teaching me what I need to do to use this dash without needing to be a tutorial, right? You didn't have to put something here that says, here's how you use this dash. And I think that's really good. The only thing I would say is that it feels like the game ends right when I finish learning how all the mechanics work, right? It's like, this is the final level, and this is where I learned how to do dashing in place to activate bricks. And where I learned how to like actually like abuse the momentum of this to get like a bigger fall, right? Like this was the level where I still learned more stuff on this level. And I don't think you need to like you're not allowed to teach stuff near the end of a game, but I do think I only just now mastered the dash, and I think like this game would definitely benefit from having some levels that put together all the different ways that you learn how to use the dash, right? Having like this is basically a puzzle game. You have a limited amount of like dashing resources. And I think using all those dashing resources, especially because this is a puzzle that first you dash in place here, then you can dash in place as you fall here, and then you dash in place on this one. So this one is a puzzle that teaches you how to dash in place multiple times to get to the end of it. And I think that's very cool. I think that works really well for teaching about how the dashing in the place works, right? Dashing in place works. And I do think that dashing in place is a fun way to use the limited amount of mechanics. And I think the fact that the cost per mechanic changes in each level is a great way to keep the puzzles very varied, right? It's something that lets you keep the puzzles unique and interesting the more you continue playing through them. I think that works fantastically well. This is a really great example of proper tutorialization. I think one thing that could benefit is if some of the levels had like a little flavor text, and I think the flavor text it was easy for me to miss on some of the earlier ones. So I think you have the framing of this is like the God of Time's daughter, like learning how to take over the role. So I think you could frame the flavor text as like memories of what her father said to her before he went to hell, right? And so you could have like the text pop up on the screen that's like, essentially the text is telling you sometimes you can dash in place, right? If you dash with no directions, it doesn't go anywhere. And so you could frame that as like some wisdom from the father. It's like, sometimes the best place to move is nowhere at all. And it's like, the best place to move is nowhere at all. What do you mean, Dad? It's like, oh, I can dash in place. That's how I solve this one, right? And so I think having something like that, framing the flavor text as a message from the father to the daughter about how to learn how to be the God of Time would help connect the story to the gameplay a little bit more. And it would clue me in on how to beat this puzzle. And then I think it would bring together the tutorialization of this level as a whole. So I think this level is fantastic tutorialization. I think this is a game jam, and it's a very short game jam, right? So I understand the limitation on how many levels you can make, but I feel like this game needs like, I remember you initially said you were going to do 18 levels, but then only 12 fit here, so you just did 12. I think this game could really use 6 more levels here that are like the hard ones, that put everything that you've learned in the previous levels together, right? I think another great example of tutorialization is... Okay, apparently after you beat the game, you can't you can't level select. Is it 9? No. I don't know if there's an easy way to go back to the level settings selection. Yeah, this level is a great one. Oops. Is a great level for select the screen. Okay. For teaching the player about like using multiple dashes to go quickly and being able to dash straight up, because you never taught me about dashing straight up, but I have to like get there before the block covers it. And there's no way through this other than going super fast, right? And with that in mind, it teaches the mechanics super well, right? I have to go quickly. And it's clear to me immediately. There's nothing else going on here. There's no trick to it. There's no other way through it, right? I have to get up there before the block makes it. And so that teaches me how to use the dash to move quickly, and it teaches me I can dash up and dash to the side and chain them together to go really quickly, right? This level teaches me a lot of stuff that I need to know, and it uses this like timed gate mechanic to do it, right? You didn't say, here's a tutorial. If you dash quickly, if you dash upwards, you can go upwards very quickly, and you can use this to make it places before your time runs out, right? And I think that this is another great tutorialization of teaching me how all the mechanics work together. And then this one forced me to learn about diagonal dashing. I think this also could have definitely used like the dad saying something of like, you know, Sometimes when I'm feeling low on energy, daughter, I like to dash up and to the right. You know, so just something simple and like subtle that points the player in the right direction. I think. But that being said, I think like the tutorialization of these levels is fantastic, which is very difficult to do, you know? It's like tutorializing your levels and making them feel fun to play, even though it's a tutorial, is something that's very tough to pull off, and I think you pulled that off excellently. But I think right now, yeah, sometimes you just have to dash diagonally, Epipoc. But I think right now the game ends right when it gets good, you know? Which, for a demo, is like, works pretty well. It's like, all right, let's see what I can do chaining all this stuff together, but this is the last level, you know? And I remember you saying in Discord that you were struggling with designing puzzles because you don't know if a puzzle's good because you already know the solution, so it just feels like a series of steps to you. And I'd say that really gets into the essence of puzzle design. And I think the puzzle design is one of the things that plays the most into dealing with player expectations, right? Because the player expects a level to happen a certain way and expects to need to do certain things to get there. And I think the way you've set up your mechanics actually lend very well to those sort of player expectations, right? I think this level, not necessarily, because it's like clearly I need to ride this block to get over there. There's no other way to get over there, right? So I try to jump on it, I can't do that. So I try to dash onto it, but that feels inconsistent, right? So this is why it tutorialized me into dashing in place, because this is the only way to get here, right? It made me rethink about the mechanics in a way that caused me to come to the understanding. You almost turned the tutorialization of dashing in place into a puzzle for this level. Like, and I think that's really clever. But I think one way to think about it, if I reload so I can select another stage, is it this one? Yeah, this is, this puzzle is like pretty interesting because it's like, if you ride this up, this one's not a great example of what I want to talk about. There's a different one. Not this one either. This one's also not a great example. Is it 10 is the one I want to talk about? That's a good example? No, it's 11 is the good example. We'll get there. Okay. This is a good example of what I'm talking about because it seems like this is another one where you turned the tutorialization into a puzzle, where it seems like the way to get here is to jump and dash. But once I jump and dash onto this, which I can do, there's nothing left for me to do, right? I can't get to the other one. So I learn how to do the diagonal dash because I have to solve the level, right? And so when you think about it like that, that's why the tutorialization feels like a puzzle. But these mechanics lend themselves very well because I have a limited amount of dashes, a limited amount of jumps, and these things move when I use one of my actions. So you can set up the level in a way where the player expects it to work specifically. Oh my gosh. Subspace sent a gift, sent party blowers for 500 joules. That was awesome. That's cool. To be honest, I didn't know you could dash in place. I just got good at dashing onto the moving block. Then we consider that a happy accident because I feel like that level is so well tutorialized for dashing in place. And I feel like there's lots of cool ideas you can do with dashing in place as well. I like level 11 because it teaches you bumping with momentum. You mean... Oh. Like jumping onto this if I do it successfully? Like, okay, I'll get it this time, I promise. I'm very good at video games. Yeah, I think this works pretty well. But what I'm saying about the puzzle design is you have your player's expectation when they get to a room. Like, when I see this, let's pretend that this game isn't the game it is, right? Things don't move when I jump. When I see this, as a player, I think my expectation is I get through this room by jumping onto the first block, then jumping onto the second block, and then getting to the exit, right? Then for this game, I know that if I do something, the blocks will move. So I jump. Okay, so I can't just jump to this block, right? Well, let me try it. Does that work? Does jumping to this block work? Okay, so that's not the way to solve this. So I need to like jump and dash onto this block. Okay, that works. But now what do I do? Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do because I don't have any resources left. Can I just walk onto the next one? Let me try that. Okay, wait till I'm at the top, then that doesn't quite work, so there must be something else, right? And that's the essence of a puzzle, is challenging the player's first expectation. If I do what I think I have to do here, which is jump and dash onto this block, that doesn't solve it, right? This puzzle is dead to me because I can no longer solve it. So I need to go back to the drawing board and rethink everything. And in this case, the answer is diagonal dashing, which is not as satisfying as a puzzle because that's just a mechanic. That's why it works well as tutorialization. But if the solution was something else, like I need to dash as it moves up, right? I need to like jump and time my dash as it moves up to fling me over to the next one, then it's a puzzle, right? It's not just jump and dash onto the block, it's jump and dash onto the block with proper timing to get lifted up, right? Clearly, that's not the solution, but I think you understand what I'm getting at here. And that's the way to do it. Put obstacles in front of the player that feel like there's a specific way you need to go through them, and then make that not the answer. Instead, you have to go back to earlier phases and rethink the thing that feels like the obvious set of steps to you. I think that's the way to approach the puzzle design. And I think you have all the elements you need to make really cool puzzles. You have dynamic costs on the movement. You have really solid movement that feels good, like jumping and dashing. And then you have this really interesting concept where things progress in the level as you jump and dash, which is not intuitive in a good way, right? It's like, it's not super easy to understand how things are going to behave. You have to do a little experimentation. And that lets you play with the player expectations like crazy, right? Because if they expect it to work a certain way and they can't properly intuit how things are going to work, they're going to come to the wrong conclusion very easily. But then I also think that playtesting is one of those things, or I think that puzzle games are one of those things where playtesting is very important to see how players react to different puzzles and see what are their expectations and how can you challenge those. It's like, essentially, when you're making a puzzle, you're searching for the moment where the player goes, oh, this is what I need to do. And I think you have the opportunity to do that really well with this game, right? This game has so much opportunity for the player to go, oh, it works like that. I can do like this, right? I think actually you had one level pretty early on. Was it the like third or fourth level? No. Oh, I got squished. Yeah, this level is interesting because you can't jump right here, so I jump here. Well, now I can't reach it, so I'll just double jump. Then I'll jump here, and now I'm up here, and now I'm out of jumps. This is a great example of exactly what I'm talking about because you have played with the player's expectations. I can't jump here, so I have to jump here, right? Then I can't get to the next one, so I have to jump here. Then I can't get to the next one, so I have to jump here. And now I'm out of jumps. The thing I feel like I have to do, the obvious solution that I expect to work, does not work. So I need to rethink it. Well, can I get here early? Was I wrong about that? That's not correct. But like, how could I possibly do it, right? It feels like it's not possible until I look at the hint that's like, you can still do actions while a ripple is playing out. Like, I think that is the key to this level where it's like, you don't have to wait for the action to finish before you queue up the next one, which lets you do all kinds of cool stuff. I shouldn't be jumping there, but and I think this level is a perfect example of that. Once I realize that I need to like use my mechanics more properly, the game works fantastically, right? I need to go quickly so that I don't get stuck when I can't make it. I think this is a perfect example of a puzzle. It's a little bit hard to grasp that I can move while actions are playing out. Like, this took me a little bit to understand what's actually happening here. But once I got it, I felt like it worked amazingly. This is level 5. I think it's a banger. Yes, this is a perfect puzzle design. This is exactly what puzzles should be. The first approach that the player expects to work doesn't work. The obvious way through it is a misdirection, and if you just use your tools the way that seems most obvious to use them, you cannot progress any further. So you need to rethink the way you're using your tools. This makes you do it, and then you can get to the end, and it's very satisfying. This is a very satisfying level. I think if you go back to watch me play, probably I literally went, ah, or aha, or oh, or whatever I said when I finally figured out. That's the moment you're looking to give players, is they go, oh, okay, I see. And then they do it. And it feels amazing. That's like what puzzle games are going for, is that really good feeling of, aha, I went back to my first principles and redressed my solution to this in a way that is very fun to do. So I think this puzzle is the thing you should use as a model for how to set up your other puzzles, right? Like, challenge your players. And then you can still do actions while a ripple is playing out. I think that's something you could turn into the phraseology of like your father talking to you, where it's like, you know, as a god of time, sometimes we must not wait for things to settle before we act. And it's like, what is that supposed to mean? And then you can be like, oh, he's trying to tell me to move while things are playing out. Because I think this is a good level. This is a level where the tip, it was absolutely necessary. Without that tip, I don't know if I would have gotten it, which is, I mean, good design on your part to put the tip there. You know what I'm saying? So overall, I think you have created a great foundation for a puzzle game. You have all the tools here to make really awesome puzzles, and you tutorialized everything really well in addition to what you've already set up. And so I think all that's left for you is essentially making a final batch of really strong puzzles to conclude the experience. Also, you could add like a little bit of tilt on the player sprite when they move, just as like a little bit of polish, but that's like an extremely minor detail. So great work on this. Great work on this. I think you have made an extremely solid foundation for a puzzle game. Also, I didn't really touch on it much, but the art works really well. It's super simple, but I love the way like the particles are kind of frozen in time when nothing's moving. I like the way the background, like in the holes in the tile set, only moves when things are playing out. I think that's a really nice touch. I think a super simplistic, just the walls and floors and ceilings to like a cutout of the level works great. The character sprite works great. Everything is really like juicy and impactful. The sound effects are good. The music's good. So all of the aesthetic choices, all of the set dressing, everything surrounding the game that is packaged in works really well. And so all that's left feedback wise is to maybe add a little bit more flavor to tie the story into the game, and then to add some more puzzles using like strong puzzle design to finish it out now that you've taught players how to use all the cool mechanics. So I love doing everything but level design. Level design is hard. Level design is very difficult. And I think you're already very good at everything else. So it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that level design is the skill that you don't want to do because you're better at everything else. But yeah, I think great work on this. Great work on this. Very, very good stuff. Okay. So I should be able to do Luna and Tofu's game. Not Luna. RKI and Tofu's game, hopefully. Oops. Let me see. Did they post it in Discord? Showcase Saturday. I'm not seeing it. Final testing stage. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll play this one then, because I think this one is relatively short, so I can give some feedback pretty quickly. We're going to be playing Turtle Gone Rogue. Let's go, Rogue. Enough is enough. I have had it up to here with these disgusting creatures. So this immediate minor piece of feedback. Let me turn up the volume a little bit for y'all. You have the text effect with it like flowing in place to make it feel a little bit more impactful. But when you add these effects, what you want to do is do it to mimic what speech is like, right? People put emphasis on different words. They vary up the way they say things so that the impact lands on the exact phrase that they want the impact to land on. The way you say something is dramatically different and has a different impact the way you say it. These text effects are trying to convey that way of speech into people reading the text so they read it properly in their head. This sentence should be, I have had it up to here with these disgusting creatures, right? Not I've had it up to here with these disgusting creatures, right? The way I read this, because everything is flavored the same way, is very straightforward, is very like direct and through, right? If instead the wiggling was only on here, I would have read it as like, I've had it up to here with these disgusting creatures. So you can use the text effect to change the way the players read the sentence in their head to put the impact where you want it in the sentence. That's the way to think about these text effects. I think because having the text effect is cool, but it's not doing the job you want it to do. You need to think about what is the point of the text effects. Okay. There is only a place for one pathetic creature no one likes in these wretched sewers. This is the same thing. You could put the impact on one. There's only a place for one pathetic creature no one likes in these wretched sewers, right? And that's me. All right. Is this like a little knight? That's a gun. That's a gun. Okay, so not to immediately go into another thing, but I think it's obvious here how much this game would benefit from look ahead. There are enemies in front of me, and I can actually, hold on, give me 1 second. Let me actually do this with a little screenshot of the game. I'm going to take damage in the background while I do this. Okay. Look at this. I just took a screenshot of what I was playing. I want to move up here, right? This is the way I'm trying to go. Look how much play space is dedicated to the area I'm trying to look at to shoot enemies. If we lay it out in green here, this is the tip of the gun, right? So this is all dedicated to the player. And that means this is the starting point. These are walls. This is my play space. This is what I'm looking at to aim. Look how much dead space is on the screen. None of this matters right now. There's so much space dedicated to stuff I'm not looking at. So if instead the camera was vertically looking ahead, so that obviously imagine this isn't zoomed in, but if the camera was vertically looking ahead based on where the gun is pointing, you could dedicate way more of the screen to the spot I'm actually fighting in. I mean, to be honest, it would be still in front of the gun. But if the camera was looking ahead where the gun is, now it's like half of the screen is dedicated instead of this little portion at the top, right? I think that would benefit you greatly because then you'd be able to focus on the actual gameplay and aim at the enemies rather than having so much of the space dedicated to stuff you're not looking at. But okay. We're back to it. Oh, I need to turn the sound back on. Okay, I think that blue bar is like my dash cooldown. Yeah, with the camera smoothing, it's even more exaggerated. I mean, look how little space there is to see what I'm going to... Like, when an enemy shows up... Okay, it's much less bad horizontally. It's much less of a problem horizontally because of the fact that there is more horizontal space on the screen just by default, right? There's less vertical space on the screen than there is horizontal. So I can see the enemies coming from a bit further away, but like the enemies coming vertically, there's so little time to react to them. So I think just adding some vertical look ahead that just pushes the camera a little bit in front of the gun that my turtle is using would... Is this the same dialogue? Yeah. Would improve the game feel dramatically. I think that would help a lot. And does the camera stop on walls? No. Okay, so this is the same kind of thing. I'm backed into a corner here, so the camera probably doesn't need to show this like dead space. It could like, the camera could stop like around this line here, and that would help too. Okay. Let's kill some of whatever these things are. Roaches? I think the starting dialogue told me what they were, but I already forgot. Nice. Is that smoke from the gun, or is that DNA? I think that might be DNA. It's either DNA or it's a very strange sprite for the smoke. Nice advice for the camera. I have a similar problem in my game. Nice. Okay. Glad it can be helpful. Yay, turtles. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I like how the turtle kind of looks like a grenade. If I get an upgrade later that lets me explode as if I was a grenade, I call that a massive win. All right. All right. We spinning. Yeah, this would require you to do some camera smoothing because imagine the camera was looking ahead as I spin like this. Although it's likely that if you had the camera look ahead, your players just simply wouldn't do this because they'd make themselves sick. Plus, I feel like the camera already has a little bit of smoothing to it. So, are there more enemies? Is this like survive for the full time? Like survive for these seconds and then I'm good? Nice. Wave completed. Congratulations. Okay, it was DNA. The background is DNA. Got it. And it's mutations. It is now time to pick a mutation. You can only hold 2 mutations at a time. If you currently hold 2 mutations, you can either skip to the next phase or let go of one of your mutations by clicking its icon. Soon 3 mutation cards will appear. The one you choose will be a new mutation. The other 2 will be applied to the enemies of the next wave. Oh, I like that. Got it. I think that's fun. All right, what are they? Split mutation, health mutation, or quick mutation? Split mutation selected. Oh, it's random? Oh, you can't even see what quick mutation does. Oh, I thought it was like reveal the 3 choices and then I get to pick one and the other 2 go to the enemies. Okay, so I think making this... Okay, yeah, it looks like I can't change my choice. It looks like it's random. Yeah, so I would heavily recommend making this a choice instead of random because I believe a lot of what makes games fun is informed decision making. I think a lot of what makes games fun is being able to make choices and see how those choices play out and try to improve your decision making and make better decisions down the line. And I think the idea that I get to pick one mutation for me and the other mutations go to the enemies is very cool because then it's like not only which mutation do I think is most powerful for myself, but also which ones am I not okay with giving to the enemies. I think that's cool. But making it random takes away all of the interesting decision making that's introduced by that mechanic, right? It's like 1 comes to you and 2 goes to the enemies. Who cares? It might as well just randomly apply it. There doesn't need to be a pick 1 of 3 type situation at all, right? You could just say this round, enemies have these 2 mutations, you get this one, and it would be the same effect. And that's less interesting than getting to actually choose. Okay. But looks like I get bullet, split, fire rate, and split chance. And enemies have more health and less health, but they are faster. Okay. Yeah, I can't change. Rough. Oh, wow, they're fast. Oh. Oh, it doesn't split every time? Okay. The fact that they got the thing that's supposed to decrease their health but make them faster and also a health increase is a tough tough combo because now they're fast, but the same speed they were before. Or now they're fast, but the same health they were before, which is brutal. Also, yeah, I'm like shooting between them because I want to get the split shot, but it's not consistent. Oh, sometimes it's 3. So is it just like each bullet has a certain amount of chance of being 1 or 3 shots? Or 2? That one's 2. Okay, not sure exactly how the split shot chance works, but the fact that it's not consistent is making it a little bit hard to use it properly. I will probably trade this for a different mutation so that I can just focus on aiming properly. Okay. But we're doing a pretty good job staying alive here anyway. Nice. Nice dodge. Nice dodge. You talked about the 30 days of Godot learning course. I can't find it in the Discord server. It should be in the FAQ channel. I'll double check and make sure it's actually there. Can't check in the middle of this wave. Otherwise, the cockroaches will get me. But nice. Nice. Oh, oh. Dodging, dodging. My grenade turtle with my big gun. Nice. Whoa. Yeah, grenade turtle, you thought. Oh. Nice. Eliminate the... Oh, I have to take out all the enemies and survive. Okay, got it. Well, they have to funnel through here, so this feels like my best option. I don't know if I can hit them while they're off screen. I can. I learned. Wave completed. Congratulations. Skip dialogue. Oh, not E. There's now time to pick a mutation. You can only hold 2 mutations at a time. If you currently hold 2 mutations, you can either skip the next phase, let go of 1 of your mutations. Okay. Okay. Got it. Now let me see. Can I like wait and they'll like flip over? Can I hover? No, it truly is just random. Okay. Now I have less health and less strength, but I'm faster. Oh, I don't like that at all. I can take less fire damage. No, enemies take less fire damage and they're faster. And they have more health and a shield. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Quick, wait, can I change it? Can I change it? No, okay, I'm just stuck with quick mutation. Rough. Okay. Yeah, it's in there. Thanks. Okay, got it. Cool. I was about to go check, but I think the increase to my speed is pretty valuable though. Nice. Whoa. Oh, that's a lot of enemies. Another thing that immediately comes to mind playing this game is a lot of the fun of these kind of like roguelike pick upgrades type games is like creating something that feels extremely powerful, right? But this game is not going for that design even a little bit. For one, all of the upgrades have like serious drawbacks, which makes sense because enemies get 2 of them. If enemies got 2 powerful upgrades with no drawbacks, it might make the waves feel like pretty impossible to deal with. But I think you could deal with that design constraint through the fact that the player's the one choosing. I actually feel like that makes the choice so interesting. If the upgrades are more powerful, then it's more like a, okay, I need to make myself an extremely strong build while avoiding giving the enemies like any kinds of powerful synergy, right? It's like I give myself the stuff that synergizes well and give them the stuff that just kind of like doesn't work that well together, right? If I have split shot and then like every 6 bullets, 1 bullet is on fire, those combine together really well. And obviously I don't want to give the enemies that, right? If I have like, you do, one of the choices is you deal damage based on your speed, and then I've given the enemies a bunch of speed buffs because I'm pretty good at clearing them, I obviously can't increase their damage, right? So I need to take that one for myself to stop them from getting a strong synergy. I think that could be a pretty interesting design constraint for the way these choices work. However, I'm only allowed to pick 2. And the fact that I'm only allowed to pick 2 means I just can't get my super cool, strong synergy builds like is what you usually go for in this genre of game. On top of that, the upgrades are all extremely balanced so that you don't end up dealing with like overpowered enemies. And while that is, I think probably pretty good for the sake of not having to deal with something that's too powerful, it does mean also that I can't become that powerful. So I feel like the fire rate, split chance, and bullet split is like pretty good. I feel like I don't like the less strength. So I'm going to remove quick mutation and roll a new one. Come on, give me something good. A fire mutation. I'm faster. I have less freeze time, less fire damage, but they are also way stronger. I don't know if they lose the bonuses they got from the one that I just threw away, though. Because re-rolling but giving them 2 bonuses does not feel even close to worth. Yeah, it's like I can barely see the enemies I'm shooting at because of the lack of look ahead. I feel like this right now is like the perfect example of what I was talking about. Okay. They're like burning a little bit. Wait, I didn't think that upgrade gave me fire damage, but it seems like it's doing fire damage. So maybe I didn't read it right. Oh, but they have like slow down ice chilling damage, which is like the freeze time. Oh, is that like, that must not be minus. That must be just like a bullet point. Oh, I misconstrued the bullet point. Oh no, I misconstrued the bullet points for a minus. I see. That's a mistake on my part. Wow, I do no damage. Wow, they are too strong. They are too strong. Okay, hold on. Let me go look at this. I want to get through another wave so I can look at the upgrades again. Now that I had fire damage from taking that one, I feel like that changes things pretty dramatically. I think giving them the one, I said giving them the one that slows me down is like brutal, but I didn't really give it to them. They got it randomly. Yeah, I think what just happened in my brain there is exactly the kind of thing you want to foster in this game. After I find out what that looks like, I'll go into feedback. And I think that'll be my main point. Okay, I got to get to the end of this wave so I can double check how the upgrades work. But yeah. Actually, I'll just start giving feedback now. I'll mute my audio. Okay, let's think critically about this game and see if we can give them some good feedback. What just happened in my brain there was that I saw the way the enemies defeated me. Like I was too slow. I couldn't dodge things properly because they had like freezy bullets. And instantly I started thinking about the decision-making related to that. I was like, oh, I think I can't afford to give them the freeze chance because it's just too powerful of an upgrade for the enemies. I need to avoid giving them that freeze chance, which would be cool. That's the kind of strategy you want to encourage the player to be thinking about. I think if I'm thinking about the game in that way, then you've succeeded, right? And it's like a really good way for me to want to do another run where I'm like, oh, okay, I had a good run going there, but I gave the enemies freezy powers and kind of cooked myself. So that was not a good decision for me, but I didn't make the decision. It happened randomly. And so I didn't get to have the strategy that I think this game is naturally built around giving me. I think the fact that the mutations apply to the enemies is an extremely cool way to make the decision-making compelling in a way that a lot of games don't have. And my brain tried to do it automatically. My brain automatically tried to like interpret the decision-making in the way that would be fun to play with. But because the game doesn't let me do that, I immediately was like, oh, it was random. It didn't matter anyway. And so I think making this a choice would strongly improve the game. Like, I think it would drastically improve the strategy around the game. Because look, okay, so this is fire damage received, minus freeze time, plus strength. These are not, wait. I don't understand. So I got the ice mutation, which I increase my fire damage, but I subtract my freeze time. What does minus freeze time mean? So let me go into the next. And then the enemies have fire damage received. Minus. Okay, so the fire mutation and the ice mutation both say minus freeze time. So I don't understand how to interpret that. But I have minus freeze time. Do I freeze them? Yeah. So I think my feedback there is that the upgrades are not clear on what they're going to do. I actually do not understand what they mean. I mean, I can intuit from ice upgrade that it's going to give me some kind of ice power. I can guess that. But I think having the clarity in the description so that as a player I understand what's happening would be a big improvement too. And then people in chat mentioned the moving background during the menu is very distracting, which is true. It is a very distracting background, but I think you could solve that by just fading it a little bit. If instead of being like, pure black and white, it was like a faded out gray. So it was more of a background effect rather than like this full like color blasting you. I think that might be a little bit more visually easy on the eyes. But I think this is like a prototype of gameplay. So rather than focusing on the visuals, I think the core issues with this are more about, yeah, they got the fire upgrade, which now they're dealing fire damage to me, which I have no way of putting out. So giving them fire damage is also very brutal. Also, I'm not dealing that much damage. They take so many hits. That's wild. And then as far as game feel goes, I think like the way that shooting the bullets works feels good. I got like a little bit of recoil. There's like some screen shake. There's some effects. I think that all works pretty well. And I think the visuals on the enemy there that make it clear that it's like slowed down is pretty cool as well. I do think the dash is very short range, and has like a really long cooldown, which could lend itself to upgrades, but you only get one upgrade per wave. So I think you could also consider that the mutations are like the big thing, right? Those are like the big like build arounds, and the enemy gets 2 of them and you only get 1, but maybe you level up during the waves, and those you get to increase your stats. So the upgrades are more about like the big synergistic things, and then the stat, yeah. If these like white DNAs were just like a little bit faded, then the background would be totally fine. And even then, I don't think it's too bad. But just a little bit of a fade would get it done. But if you leveled up during the wave, and then you could use those levels to increase your stats, and then these mutations at the end of the waves are like the big money maker decisions. And also making them into decisions. And then on top of that, you could probably add some more complexity, because right now these all feel very straightforward, and I'm seeing the same upgrades very continuously, which again doesn't matter because I don't get to choose. But I think making it matter would be the way to take this game. But you earn something every run that makes next run easier. Yeah. The other thing that you could consider is meta progression, where it's like at the end of each run, you get some amount of like turtle points, some turtle power, and then you can permanently upgrade your turtle for future runs, so that you can start with like a bit of an edge, which lets you get a little bit farther than the previous runs. And I think the future runs letting you get further than previous runs is like a core element of these kind of roguelikes, where it's like you want players to be able to see their progression, and if like their second run is the furthest they've ever gotten, and they do 3 more runs and they all aren't as far, then that's very unsatisfying. So I think meta progression is a way to solve that. And depending on how you want to take the turtle game is a way you could add some more depth to it as well. So I think there are a lot of things you could do to improve the gameplay. I think the idea here works just fine. You know, it's a roguelike where you shoot, you get upgrades. I think the idea to make the roguelike, the idea to make the mutations that you don't get apply to the enemies is very clever. It's very cool, and it could add some really compelling decision making if you converted it to a decision. So that would be my biggest piece of feedback for you on this game. But otherwise, I think this is very cool. I like the idea of the turtle having a gun, and like you're defending the sewer so that you're the only disgusting thing in the sewer. I think that's like a funny concept. But yeah, I think that's the way I would take this. But nice work. Let me go to my talking head view. And then presumably also, hello. Hey, Saad the guy. It's me. I wish I didn't lose my hard drive. Ooh, that's rough. The enemies also need to be a little bit more balanced. It takes a lot of hit. Yeah, that game feel wise, the enemies are like, they take way too many hits, I think. But that's something that will change dramatically as you rebalance the upgrades based on being able to choose, making them a little bit more compelling, and also adding level up stuff. I feel like there's a lot of stuff you can do to make the gameplay more rewarding, and then you can reevaluate the enemy health, because it is true that right now they take too many hits. That is a good piece of feedback. And then also the dash is very piddly. I might make the dash stronger at the beginning, and then there even could still be upgrades for the dash. But since you only get 1 upgrade per round, using it on the dash feels bad, so putting that into the level up system makes sense. And yeah, that's sort of how I would think about it. You could also upgrade the dash's power as a part of the meta progression. That way you could start piddly, and then you get to upgrade the dash into something that's more usable, but nice. Okay, with that game done, I think it should be time for Tofu and RKI's game. Am I correct? I'm not seeing them posted on Discord. Oh, Insandio. Insandio is so sweet. Insandio's in Discord because one of the games that got submitted didn't work properly. I couldn't get the game to work, and so Insandio telling them that it didn't work so that they can like fix it and it can be played in the future. Oh, thank you, Insandio. That's so sweet. Okay. Waiting for a message from Big Man Tofu and unable to eat chicken RKI, but I'm not seeing anything. Let me take a quick breather. It's taking a bit. Oh, okay, got it. Then let me hop into the next game. We're going to play Charge Phone by Jumpy Neb. We got Charge Phone. Oh no, my phone only has no energy. Lusk! Welcome in, Lusk. Good to see you. All right, this is a Jumpy Neb game, so it might be completely insane. Let's find out. Turbo Warp. Nice. Let me full screen this. Maybe he could add multi-shot and attack speed upgrades. Yeah, there are plenty of upgrades that could be added to that game to improve it, but I think there are more fundamental issues with the gameplay loop that if you clean those up first, then the upgrade, like the fun part of coming up with cool upgrades, should be relatively easy, I think. Yo, nice intro. Yeah. That was a cool start to this game, Jumpy. I had such a good prototype that was almost finished, but I lost my hard drive and lost the project. Haven't been able to come back since. That's rough. My recommendation is make sure next time you get your projects onto GitHub. Make sure you're uploading on that so that in the case of like a catastrophic hard drive failure, you still have access to the project. But I know that's that's hindsight advice, and it still sucks to lose the hard drive. So my condolences. Okay. To navigate menus, use WASD and enter. Nothing button. Boom. Okay. Nothing button actually does nothing. Okay. Check your battery to start. Totori tube settings. All right. Sound. Oh. Video. Okay. No controls for sound. Currently W. Okay. Select the difficulty. First time. All right. My battery's on 1%. Okay. Whoa. Tofu with the super chat. Thank you, Tofu. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll try to get a quick playtest out ASAP. Almost done fixing stuff. Yeah, no worries. We still got time in the stream, so my time is running out drastically. What am I supposed to do? Rewinding time. Okay. Time is rewind. Bro, what is going on? Okay. Take me back to the tutorial. Oh no, you collided with yourself, causing a paradox? What? What do you mean? Okay, all right, Jumpy. Oh, wrong button. I meant to hit F11. All right, Jumpy. I'll go to the tutorial. You got me. I apparently clicked to start the game and I should not have done. Okay. Let me go to the video and turn on slower camera. Okay. Tutorial tube. Batteries at 1%. Animal Crossing. Hello guys, welcome back to another tutorial. Today I'm going to tell you what to do when your phone is about to die in exactly 20 seconds. Oh, we've all been there. First, look around for anything that could be hiding a charger, like a bed or a couch, anything with an exclamation mark above it. Oh yeah, you might not know how to move. To move, use A and D or left and right arrow. You can use space and W to jump. Once you find somewhere to check, press interact button, enter or E to search. If you found a charger, you'll need to head back to your desk to test if it functions. You cannot search more until you check this charger. Uh-oh, that charger is broken. If you're like most people, you probably only have one working charger in the house. If you found a broken charger, go search around more. Maybe the next one will work. So, one instant piece of feedback on the text. It'd be good to anchor it so that when you add characters, they flow to the right so that I can read it as the text comes out. Because right now, because the text is centered, it like expands in both directions, which means it's like not readable until it finishes expanding, which makes it hard to read as it comes out. So I have to wait for it to finish and then read it. Very minor, but yeah, very minor, and not a huge deal. Just wanted to let you know. You found a charger. Head back to the desk. Check if it works. This charger's broken. Oh no, it appeared you ran out of time, but everyone has a time machine these days, so you can just reverse time to 20 seconds ago. Rewind time every time you run out of time. Rewind time every time you run out of time. Bars. Okay, so rewind time so that I can search different blocks, okay? However, do remember that when you go back in time, you'll be seeing your past self too. They'll move exactly how you did last loop, so they're not unpredictable. Be careful, you don't want to create a paradox in the whole world now, do you? I don't think they would give everyone... Oh, nice moves. Remember, anything you've checked in past loops stays checked. You can tell by the fact they don't have an exclamation mark. There's no need to check the same place twice. Awesome. You found a charger. Head back to the desk, check if it works. This charger's broken. All right. Lizard, welcome. Good to see you, Lizard. Oh no, you collided with yourself, causing a paradox. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this tutorial, like and subscribe. take that advice. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure you click that like button and subscribe. And let's just jump right into charging my phone. Okay, first time. Okay. So check this. Charger's broken. Okay. Check this one. This is the slower camera. Oh, wait. How do I? Oh, I didn't find a charger. I checked it and there wasn't a charger in there. I see. Oh, I kind of cooked myself. Okay. I need to go to the right immediately. Stay out of the way. Nice. Don't cause a paradox. I still didn't find a charger. Okay. I have made an impassable. I still didn't find a charger. And I caused a paradox. Okay. I need to actually pay attention to if I find a charger. Okay. No charger. No charger. Okay. Charger. My brain was like, after each, like, search, you need to go back and search more. So, no charger. Found a charger. Can I, but, all right. So now I don't know how I'm supposed to check that charger since I caught it in a loop. No chargers in this bathroom? Oh, that's rough. Okay. I'm certainly going to paradox. Found a charger. I made it. Come on, come on. Oh, that charger's broken. Brother. I have created myself quite an obstacle. An impassable wall of chargers. Okay, this is the last charger. Go around this guy. Nice. This gotta work. Let's go! Let's go! Hello, Lizard. Did you do any jam lately? I feel like the map needs work. It feels a bit basic and smashed together. I didn't join any jams, but I have been working on some project. Exciting! Oh, Lizard, I'm excited to see what you put together for your for like a full project or like a Steam game or something. Oof. Oof. I feel like that's going to be like a game for other developers to study, to learn how to get better at game development. That's exciting. Nice. Okay. I beat the first time difficulty and it was very tough. So let's see. First time's not even easy. Oh, oh, brother. Okay. Always start to the left. Found a charger. This charger's broken. You know what? This run was just a check left run. I don't know if I have a limited amount of loops, so I'm just running it down. This guy's staying out of the way. I'm not causing any paradoxes today. Maybe I check from the outside in, actually. Maybe that's a good strategy. Nice. Wow, there's like nothing here. Found a charger, but well, the fact that I didn't get in the way during that run at all was nice. Treasure? Okay. Charger's broken. Okay. Well, I think we know which one it is. Okay. Generous of you to like... Ah! Ooh. Oh! Whew, whew. Nice! Okay. That was a close one. I feel like I definitely almost paradoxed there. I must have been like millimeters away from the hitbox. I see a shitload of potential from this. Yeah, this would go hard as a roguelike or incremental where each time the timer finishes, you can get upgrades. I completely agree. This is such a cool idea. The concept is so sick. It's like trying to solve a problem with multiple copies of yourself. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I set myself up so poorly on this one. I walked like right in the way.
I've already looked here.
Yep. We're just going to stay upstairs because we know it's on the second floor. We know it's on the second floor. Okay, okay. Let's go outside in. Outside in. Oh, man. Getting a charger on the first look there is not great. That charger's broken. Come on.
I've already looked here.
I've already looked here. That's funny. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, did I not actually check that? That's so rough. No. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. The charger's broken. Uh-oh. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. That charger's broken. Okay, well, I think we know what charger it is. Wait for this guy to leave. Oh. Grab this one. Jump over him. Nice. Come on, be this charger. Come on. Is it always the last one I check? Oh, how am I possibly going to make it through? Oh, snark, brother. Ah, no. Oof. Oof. That's rough. Do I always have to check every charger? I feel like I might need to. Stay as far to the left as possible. And you stay out of the way. Okay, okay. That was close. That was close. All right, we got it. We got it on this one. We got it on this one for sure. Run it down, brother. Run it down. You're in timeout, my mans. I should not go up through the middle. I should not go up through the middle. Rookie mistake. Amateur mistake. I'm not a, oh no, my phone is dead expert. Oh, I've set myself up so poorly. All right, you know, you go stand in timeout after that one. Timeout, crew. You go into stand in the corner, think about what you did. Okay, I should not have gone on the middle, but that's fine. Search this. Jump over this fool. Nice. And you know what? We don't need to come up in anymore. So you're in timeout in this corner. You're in timeout in this corner, okay? Okay. Now we only have to deal with the second row. The second row is where the difficulty comes in, though. All the way to the back. Oh, why did we have to find a charger immediately? Okay, let's wait till the very end. So we give time for other runs to check stuff. Okay. Now we make it in. Timeout. Timeout, crew. I almost caused a paradox for timeout, crew. Okay. I'm running out of places to stop. Oh, if this is it, we're so in the... No! I forgot. I thought he was already in timeout. I thought he was already in timeout. Dang it. Okay. Okay, we start with the easy one, the OG member of timeout crew. Okay. OG member of timeout crew goes over here. All right. Nice. We call him Timmy Timeout. Timmy Timeout sits in the corner and thinks about what he's done. How come he simply did not find the correct charger immediately? Embarrassing for him. Embarrassing. Oh, come on, brother. And this is Tina Timeout. Timmy's younger brother. Yeah, I think it's always the last one. Wait for him to come through. Can I? Nice, okay. Oh, yeah, you thought, brother. You thought. Not even close, homie. Okay. Okay. No charger here. All right. So you know what? You just stay in timeout. This you do not need to go any further. You hang out with the toilet. We call you Timmy Toilet Timeout. All right. All right. Whew. Rewinding time. We go right for it. Okay. Come on. No, that is that's a tragedy. Wow. This game is hard. This game is hard, brother. I need to decide on like the windows I assign to the different clones, right? It's like, obviously this guy always goes first. You know, you stay in timeout. I gotta head out now. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. Everyone has a good day and evening. Hey, Luna, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, this map is evil well done, especially that middle floor. Yeah, the middle floor is where the complications come in. And the fact that you never get lucky and get it early, you have to like slot every single search into the timeline is so rough. Okay, search this. Okay, thank goodness. All right, I think we're gonna put this guy dead last. You know what? I don't think I gave myself enough time to put him last. I think I kind of cooked myself a little bit. Okay. You know what? All right, you stay in timeout up here. How many chargers do I have to check? Oof. How many chargers do I have to check? All right, well, thank goodness he's just going to wait there. All right. I should not have slotted this one in like this. Oof. That was not a good call. All right, you wait in the corner. This is not the best corner to put him in, though. But now I know that corner is not safe. All right, that one is going to immediately turn around. I need to remember that. He's going to get his charger and turn. Okay. If this is the charger... Oh! Wrong corner. I put him in the wrong corner. Dang it. I thought he was going to run to this corner over here. Yeah, I have to slot in 4 checks, I think. Thinking about it, this game has a built-in reroll limit. Yes, yeah. You can only check a certain amount because you have to stand at the desk, and there's only so much room to stand at the desk, which definitely complicates things, I'll say. Okay, we can consider ourselves extremely lucky if this doesn't happen. Okay. Hopefully I gave myself enough time. Yeah, it's definitely the last guy. No charger. No charger. Okay. All we need to do is jump over him and we're fine. Nice. Okay. That replay is safe. How did this game work? I got back and I'm extremely confused. All right. So my phone's about to die. So I need to find a charger before it does, which I only have 20 seconds to do. So I keep going back in time to check different chargers until I find one that's not broken. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay, I think we got it. Let's go! Let's go! Yes! Woo! This is the run, baby. This is the run. Let's go. Dude, Jumpy, you cooked. Jumpy, you cooked on this. This is so good. This is so good. This game fucking rules, dude. Holy, this is good. Holy. Oh, hard. Oof. Oh, okay. This seems impossible. Whew. Come on, please have a... Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Getting a free check on the first one to the left is really good. Oof. That makes it so much harder. That makes it so much harder. What's the game's name? It's like, my phone is dead and I only have no battery or something like that. Jumpy, can you type the name of the game in chat? Because I actually have no idea. It's a very difficult name to remember. No charger? Come on, no charger. If this one's a charger, it's doable. Okay. This one's going to be at like the last second. We're going to go on. There we go. And we just don't move. Okay. We don't talk about Scratch Cat does scratch here. That's damn true, Lyra. Oh, why did I check this immediately? Oh no, that's a throw. That's an unbelievable throw. Oh no. Oof, I just made this so hard. I just made this so difficult to complete. Holy smokes. Oh, a little slow on the jump. Okay, I cooked myself anyway, so it's fine. Nice, nice. Okay. Good start to the run. Good start to the run. Nice. Good start to the run. Why not make it simple and write no energy or something? Yeah, that's what I would suggest. I would suggest changing the title to something people can remember. Okay. Oh, sitting for a long time just hurts your back, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Oof. Is this... I think I need to wait on this one, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. This one's going a little bit after 5. Yeah. There we go. Okay, I don't know if I should have moved, but... Go all the way around the corner because I accidentally waited for a little bit. Come on, brother. Okay. We need to go a little bit before 5, I think. Now. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Whew. All right, we go around the outside edge so we can try both of these. Okay, we got a charger. We wait until maybe like now. I might not have given myself enough time. No, close. Oof, brutal. And this one had a good start too. But I think getting 2 next to each other at the top, like at like each end, is really rough. I almost just want to insta restart. Not getting one in that corner is very brutal. Okay. Whew. Let's think about this. Let's think about this. Okay, clean movement around that corner. No charger there. That's great. We got a charger. This one we're going to do last. And we need to go as slow as possible. I'm thinking we wait even till 4. Yeah. Okay. Whew. This one will wait until like here. Yeah. Oh, that was way too early. Way too early. Oh, man. That's not good. Chat, that's not good. Okay. My timeout corner is not so successful this time. Don't touch me. Oh, mother trucker. There was another one. There was another one. First time chat from Heck Inspector. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, man. Okay. Nice. Decent start. We take those. Background is hypnotizing. Yeah. I think I didn't react quick enough on that decent start, though, which might cook me for the entire future. Okay, we wait this one out until there's like 4 seconds left. We want to go just after we see the 5 vanish. Oh, still a little bit too fast. I probably shouldn't have moved at the end there. That guy's last in the queue anyway. Moving was a mistake. Another charger. Okay. We went at 4. So let's go when we see the 6. Okay. Oh. I wonder if I need to set it up for multiple people to use the table at the same time, actually. Okay, now I just need to jump over these 2. Okay. Just jump 1. Jump 2. Nice. Now you go hide in the corner. Let's go. I think, yeah, there's going to be a ton in this row. Oh, okay. We're going to say, let's go at like right before 7. Yeah. Ah, not enough time. Not enough time. This is so brutal. Oh, and it's a bad start. It's a bad start. Oof, okay. Hoo, ha, hee, ha, hoo, ha. Okay, we go around the corner. Nice. All right. We want to go basically at the end of 4, I think. Now. No, I literally didn't make it. Okay, this run is unbelievably cooked. Okay, let me just end this run. Yeah, I might need multiple people at the table, which is wild. Brother. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, it is hard. Yeah, this is hard. True. Both the difficulty setting and the difficulty reality. Spider-Man around that corner for style. All right. We go in the middle of 4. The middle of 4. Oh, we got it. We got it. Okay. Don't know why I did that. Okay. If it takes about 2 seconds, middle of 4, we want to go middle of 7. My positioning there might not be good, but let's show the final 2. Okay. I just need to dodge these 2. All right, get ready for them to, yep. And then get ready for that guy. Boom. All right. Would you call this pixel art? Yeah, I think this is pixel art, although I feel like it's clearly objects that have been pixelated due to the fact that they're like heavily anti-aliased and lots of like random colors throughout the sprite. But I think for the genre, like for this gameplay, it like works, I think. Well, I need to figure out a way to use the table either from the left or the right a little bit more successfully. I need to leave a slot open at like each side of the desk, which is hard to do. Hard to do. Yeah, it's a cool art style. Yeah, I think it works really well for what this game is, you know? If this game was trying to be, you know, a cutesy pixel art game or like hyper realistic, either of those, I don't think they'd really work. But this is like a very trippy game, so a very trippy art style works. Don't tell me they're all in the second row. Okay. We go when there's about 4.5. Might have been late. Oh, especially if I don't turn the corner properly. Oh, it's broken. Okay, I got the broken check-in. Nice. Nope. All right, wait for this guy. You're chilling? Brother, me too. What's up, homie? Okay. I think having the 2 at the top use the table at the same time might work. Yeah, that's what I kind of want to try that if I get a good setup. Like if I get a good set of chargers to test. Yeah. Nice, okay. I'm just going to go immediately. And I'm just going to remember that I need to go immediately on that one. I only need to get 1 more charge in. I think I can. I think I only need 1 more charge. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Nice. We got it. We got it. Whew. That is tough. That is tough. Impossible. This is significantly more difficult than the last one. Okay. Okay. Significantly more difficult than the last one. Okay. Is every single one going to have a broken charger? All right. We know the 14 charge slot is used on the left. 14 charge slot is on the left. Got it. And it's going to be really hard to get up there, check, and get back down. So that slot feels very safe. Very safe slot. Okay, we want to do a left charge slot on 4. So I want to go as far to the left as I can at about 4.5. Left charge slot on 4. Nice. Okay, now we have a right charge slot available on 4 as well. Oh, I should do right. I just completely cooked the run. Oh, that movement is run over, brother. Also, why did I move? Yeah, I need to do the right so that I can get to the left first. Okay. Okay, the like 14, 15 charge slots on the left. That's always going to be like that. Okay. So we want to use the left charge slot first. No, the right charge slot first, so we can move to the left ahead of time. Why did I go instantly? Oops. That jump. I don't know if that jump is going to be helpful, but think about it. Think about it. Going instantly there was such a mistake. Use the left slot so that I can move into the right slot. Use the left slot first so I can move into the right slot. Is it? If I use the left slot first, then I can move to the right slot second. But if I go ahead of time, if I'm going to be faster, I need to use the right slot so that I can get to the left slot first. Okay, so the slot I occupy needs to be based on the speed I want to go. But if I always go right slot first, I can simply jump over the left slot user to properly utilize both of them. Okay, we're going to wait till 4 and go for right slot so we can try to go a little bit before 4 on left slot. We want 4.5 right slot. 4.5 right slot. Ooh, that might be too far. Well, that's going to be a close one. That's going to be a close one. Okay. We want to go a little bit before. So we want to go at like 5 and left slot it. A left slot on 5. Oh, I didn't make it because I went a little bit outside of bounds of where I can check. Well, that's like a run killer, ain't it? Okay. Yeah, let's just restart. Let's just restart. Because I'm taking the slot even though I don't get the check. Okay. Okay. Imposable. You cannot pose them. They cannot be posed. All right. So the 4.5 left and right slotting is pretty good. I think that should help me out tremendously. Okay. This is a 4.5. This is a 4.5 right slot. 4.5 right slot. Ah, that's run over. Wow, the hitbox on getting in there is so precise, and you move so much. You move so much with each key press. I wonder if I should go a little bit before 4.5, like go at 5, so I can like maneuver into place. Because right now I basically have to stop in exactly the right spot. And I think needing to be so precise with where I stop to check the charger is cooking me a little bit. I think giving myself more time there will help a lot. So maybe we try that. We go on 5. So I think double slotting is going to help a lot. And we want right slot on 5. Now. Okay, we got right slot on 5. So now we can left slot on like 5.7. Okay, we're left slotting at like 5.7. Come on, come on, come on, finish. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Whew. Okay, so now we want to right slot at like 8. Oof. Okay. Nice. Left slot at like 9? I don't know if I left enough room to actually left slot this. Come on, come on. Charge is broken. Oh. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Okay. This is absolutely brutal. God, another charger. Okay, we're going at like... Now. Bro, this is impossible, dog. This is impossible. This can't be done. Okay. All right, we got one out of the way easily. One easy one out of the way. We just need... How many checks do we need? Do we need to do 6 checks? Oof. 6 checks. Okay, this is... I think we actually just need to be precise. We need to go a little bit above 4.5, like 4.8. And then we just have to... We got to get right slot. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, perfect right slot on 4.8. So now we go on like 5.5. All right, this is a 5.5. Okay. A left slotter on 5.5. Come on, come on, come on. Finish. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Whew. Brother, you've got to be kidding me on these placements. Okay. We go at like 9. That might not be enough time. Oh, especially with that. Oh. Okay. I think that was a horrific use of the time. Really, really bad. Okay, just dodge this guy. Nice. Really not good on that guy. Okay. Why was I so slow? Come on, brother. Okay, not bad. Oh. I only need one more check. Come on, bro. It's not possible, man. It's so hard. Oh, dodging the... You know what? If I just waited a little bit near the beginning, I think I could have been fine there because I had plenty of time to get that 6 check. I think I had plenty of time to get that 6 check. I just needed to be a little bit less aggressive. Okay, I can get there again. Oof, that delay there is going to be a little bit brutal. Okay, this is a right slot on 4.5. A right slot on 4.5. A right slot on 4.5. Ah, it's over. Yep. That's a run killer. That's a run killer. Okay. Really not good. Really not good, but there's so little time at the beginning. Like you have to fit like all the checks into like the last 12 seconds. So that first one doesn't really matter, which means you basically need one in this couch. And I think probably it feels like on this hardest difficulty, the couch is a guaranteed one because otherwise I think it's not possible. Okay. We're going to right slot you on 4.5, which might even be harder because it's probably about the same amount of time. 4.5, yeah. Come on. Nah. I just didn't go quite far enough. Okay. That's a run killer. Next run. Okay. Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough to slot these correctly. He's calling my bed a couch. Bro, that looks so much like a couch. It looks so much like a couch. That is crazy couch coded. The big 3 C's of game development. Crazy couch coding. Okay. Just give me 2 up here. Just 2. All right, this is a 4.5er, and we got to right slot it. And you got to right slot it on the first try. Nice. Nice, nice. Oh, a perfect right slot. A perfect right slot. It does not get better than that. Please don't be a third one up here. My movement there was so bad if there's a third one. There could be a third one. Okay, this is like a 5.8er. A 5.8er left slot. Oh, I went late. I went late. I have to be perfect. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Whew. My movement there was so stupid for... Okay. Oh, what's the timing on this? Like a 9? Oh, why did I right slot it? Okay, I need 2 more checks. I need 2 more checks. Presumably, I need 2 more checks. When do I go here? At like a little bit above 9? Yeah. And you're a left slotter? And then we move. Oh! If I had simply not jumped on that one, I think I would have been fine. I think if I had simply not jumped. Okay, okay, okay. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine. Okay. We need to get a little bit lucky with the slot timings on like the last 3. I think our first 3 are locked in. We do a long corner up here. It works just fine. And we gotta hope we only get 2 on the top floor. 2 on the top floor is ideal. So it's like a 4.8. A 4.8 left slotter. Nice. That's a perfect 4.8 left slot. A perfect 4.8 left slot. Right slot. That's a right slot, not a left slot. Okay. Oh, nice. Perfect. So this is like a 5.5 left slotter because of how good. Nice. Okay. We're doing well. We're doing well. Okay. This is like an 8.8 right slotter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay. This we need to go at like 10. And then hope we're fast enough. Nice, okay. And we need to jump over this guy when he comes to the left. Nice. Okay. We just need to get one more in and we be a little bit, like, relax a little bit on the intro here. Yeah. We only need one more check. One more check, I think. If this isn't it. Oh my gosh, we need another check? How? On what planet do we get another check? I need 7. I need 7 checks. Are you serious with me right now? It's got to be this one. Come on. 8. I need 8 checks. On what planet? On what planet do you get 8 checks, brother? On what planet? On what planet do you get 8 checks? Brother, on what planet do you get 8 checks? It's 20 seconds. It's 20 seconds. I can't believe I got 7. Brother. I think you need to check them all for this difficulty. Well, I can't check more areas until I clear the charger. I told you it's the impossible difficulty. Yeah, but calling it impossible and truly making it impossible are 2 different things, brother. 2 different things. Holy smokes. Do I need to fit like 3 checks in here? Do I need like a right slot, a left slot, and a middle slot? I have an interesting idea. An interesting idea. Bear with me on this one. I've been in it like 4 times. You're the developer, brother. You're the developer. Okay. Okay, that jump over him didn't work. But I've got the plan. I've got the plan. I don't have a plan, by the way. I said that, but if you thought you were in good hands here, you are sorely mistaken. Okay. Now 1 check-in. Okay, and then we set up the 4.5. Right now, I'm hoping that the way it works is that there's just a chance for each one to have a charger, and I can finish it with like a 6 or a 7 checker, you know? Okay. 5.5. Nice. Don't touch me. Nice, and we just wait. We just wait it out here. Okay, those 2, the final 2 slots are taken. Final 2 slots are taken. Okay, come on. Okay. So we know this is probably like a 7.5 for it to work. That might not be enough time to actually check. It's not. So this is pretty cooked. Yeah. You know, it's literally not possible. You make 1 mistake, it's not possible. I have to start over. Okay. My other phone got stuck in a shovel adjusting in his seat loop for a while. Yeah. I need to like start sitting up more properly. I've been having some back pain from long days in front of the desk. 4.5. So I think, yeah. So Jumpy, that is my question for you. Is it always 8 checks, or is it like the amount of checks can be different based on how many you find? Okay. Is it possible to get more value out of Clone 1? Oh, interesting thought, Lusk. Interesting thought. That's actually a good idea. Maybe Clone 1 can do something. Okay. Not enough time. That jump was silly. But I don't know what more value I could get out of Clone 1. I guess I could go check the closer ones. Yeah. I don't know what the fastest possible time for checking stuff is. So I'm thinking the solution... This is a 4.5er. Close. Also, I did not leave myself much room on the left there. Close. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, just jump over this guy. Nice. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, now this is like a 5.8er on the left slot. 5.8 on the left slot. And it's a precise left slot too. Okay. Now we want to check the closest ones. Really? The grace window at the beginning is really necessary, but it's also a little bit short. A little bit short. I thought I was still safe to be overlapped there. Okay, restoring time. Rewind. Okay, 4.5. Okay, I just need to... okay. Hey, David! Good to see you. Welcome in. Come on, into me. Jumpy, you didn't answer my question, though. Is it always the same amount of chargers? Like, is it always 8 checks? Build his live shovel. Let's go! Just in time. I did. It's my last message. What? It picks a place for the charger at the start of the game, but if you find the charger early, it'll move. And possible, I almost always make it the last place you check. So it's not a guaranteed number. Okay. Nice. Let's go. It's not okay. So, so the time where I got 7 checks, I just got unbelievably unlucky. Okay. And this is like a 5.5 on the left. Oof, that's not a left. That's not okay. I actually have a little bit of a left slot available to me. Okay. Do I go for the extreme gamble on the left slot at like 6 seconds? I think I do. Oh, just not enough. Just not enough. Well, I can fit 3 checks in on 1 slot. Dude, no couch. No couch. No couch is interesting. I actually don't know if no couch is good or bad. I have no idea. I think actually I might need to start doing a right slot, middle slot, and left slot on the 4.5. It's a 4.6 right slot. Yeah. We can go a little bit earlier if we're trying to triple slot it. So this could be actually like right at 5. Is that enough time? Nope. Okay. Well, let's run over. Run over. Okay. Into me. Okay. Nice. Okay. Nice. We need as few spawns as possible. The fewer spawns we get, the better. I do wonder, yeah. Is there a minimum and maximum amount of chargers, Jumpy? I'm just curious about how the actual inners work. Because I can provide better feedback if I know how the inners work. Okay, so this is like a 5 flat right slot with a triple slot system. Okay, nice, that's good. Okay, so this is a 5.5-ish middle slot. Actually, a little bit earlier because I was going on 5, not 4 flat. This is like a 5 point, yeah, here. Nice. And now we have a left slot at like 6. Left slot at 6. Okay. And the left slot at 6 can be taken by the middle row. Okay, just have to jump over these two clowns. They're going at very similar times, so jumping on both is nice. A little bit of platforming, a little bit of platforming. Nice, nice. Okay. Okay, so this is like a 6-something left slot. Yeah, okay. Leftmost slot, leftmost slot, leftmost slot. Oof. Okay. Okay. And this is like, we go at like, now. And then we want to just file off to the left. File off to the left. Nice. Okay. We need as few charges as possible. Come on. Okay. I can go now. Have to jump over this guy. I'm running out of places to like wait it out for everyone to move. Just have to go immediately. Don't have any time left. I need to jump over this guy. I actually don't have time to fit another check. I actually think, depending on the rolls, it could literally be impossible sometimes. I think I do like the right, middle, left at the ending slots. But I think before that, I need to do left, middle, right on the slots before the ending slot, which is about at the 8 o'clock window. Nice, that's good. Every single check we avoid is good. So that's a 4.5, 4.5er. Yes. And we go on the... Oh, I barely didn't get close enough.
I've already looked here.
Oh, what? Nice, okay. All right. Oh, interesting. No couch, no couch. Well, that's not great. I think... Actually, the couch almost doesn't matter. It doesn't actually use a slot that anything else could possibly use, and it doesn't seem like the RNG for each check affects the future checks. So I feel like the couch is totally irrelevant. It's just the first clone is used on the couch, and that's the end. I could be wrong about that, but it feels like it's just an irrelevant one. Yeah. Okay, 4.5. 4.5 rightmost slot. And it has to be like pixel perfect. That's tough. That's tough. We need to be basically right on the middle of the... Right on the middle of the desk. We have to aim for direct middle. On like a 5.5. That's pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Now we need a left slot on like 6. I shouldn't have waited. I should have gone insta. Okay. This is a 6 flat left slot. I just overshot it by the tiniest amount. Just the tiniest overshoot. The tiniest overshoot cooks it. Okay. All right. It's crazy that not holding the right button, not holding to the right at the start of the round is like such a mistake. It's actually almost run killing to even pause thinking about it for a second. Okay, we just got to hit pixel perfect. Not pixel perfect. All right, that's the end of that run. Okay, so RKI and Tofu have sent me their game. Normally, I would just grind this until I beat the impossible difficulty. That's what I like to do. But I'm already at the end of my stream, and I haven't played their game yet, and I still need to give feedback to Jumpy, and I'm just starving because I skipped lunch. So I want to give feedback on this so that I can play their game and give feedback on that before the stream ends. So let's think critically about this game. Jumpy, you absolutely cooked. This game is incredibly good. I feel like the mechanics are super interesting. The way it works is like really unique. And it creates an interesting challenge that I don't really think I've done before in a video game. You know what I mean? It's like trying to manage my clones and they're not allowed to touch each other while also trying to get all of the searches in the right place. I think these mechanics all combine together for a challenge that's extremely unique, very satisfying to try to solve, and it's executed well. In addition, the art style, if you can't count, then our game is very difficult, I think. And in addition, I think that the art style suits it extremely well. It's like a mix of, it's like pixel crushed real life objects, which makes it feel super trippy. The intro you did with like the phone and like clicking the battery, all that incredibly well done. I cannot praise this game enough for how clever it is and how good of a job you did on it. Like, you really did some great work with this. How come I can overlap this guy? I think you did such a good job with this. I think literally the improvements I would suggest is more levels, you know? I would do like different layouts, different buildings, you know, trying to find a charger in a school and stuff with like different times on it so that you're not memorizing specific timing intervals of like 4.5 or whatever. Like that can be fun for like the hyper optimization ones, but doing like a new school and a new and finding it at your office or whatever. And you could even put more things you have to do. Not only do you need to find a charger to plug your phone in, but also you need to deliver a sandwich to your boss at a specific time. And if you don't do that, then you're going to get fired. So you have to charge your phone and get the sandwich to the boss, which means you need to find the charger, check that it works, and you need to like go to the sandwich store and get the order, and you need to make sure you have to like check the order to make sure it's the right one with the secretary before you give it to the boss. So you're managing two different goals and making sure that the clones don't overlap. And there are places to check the charger near the, like look for chargers near the sandwich shop. Like doing all that stuff at the same time, balancing it all, juggling all of that while using this mechanic would be extremely satisfying. So really the main feedback I'd give on this game is that you just need more levels. So there's more stuff to do. Also this impossible difficulty, I would tune it down a little bit. I think having these really hard challenges is fun, but it seems like the internals of this game make it a little bit inconsistent. I would say having a set number of checks that you have to do would be good, right? I think doing like 7 or 8 checks being the requirement, even if it's 8 checks and I wouldn't have beat it, I think trying to aim for 8 checks gives me more stuff to think about rather than hoping I get good luck on the amount of chargers that spawn. I think that's not as satisfying. So having a limit on the amount and like a maximum amount as well. Mr. Shovel, I do want you to read the thing I posted in general chat. I posted it here too. You posted it here too. I don't see anything other than I hope my game gets played today. But yeah, so I think that is really, really well done. I think being able to create more levels and keep this going would be good. And someone in chat said, don't go easy on the wacky art. The game looks very unique. I completely agree with that. I think the art style you have done for this game is incredible. I think this art style is extremely good. And it suits the gameplay really well. Bad wording, I only posted in Discord. Okay. Let me go see what that is. How the charger system works is at the start of a round, each object decides if it should be a fake charger in it. Then we pick a random spot and put a real charger there. If you find the charger, first I randomly decide to move based on how much you've checked. Impossible is almost the last place. Yeah, so I understand the system there, but I think that system adds a lot of randomness to it. Right? Because if each spot has a 90% chance of having a charger, then there are runs where every single one of these objects will have a fake charger, right? And the runs where every single one of these checks is a fake charger are like unbeatable. Like those are actually impossible. And having some amount of runs decided by RNG that they can't be beaten is not that satisfying. I think making the last place you check be where the charger is like a fun challenge to solve, because you know you have to clear through everything. You need to balance it all out, and like planning your route based on knowing you need to check every spot because it's in the last place you check. I think that is both funny and relatable from like the design perspective of like, yeah, of course the real charger is always in the last place you check. I think that is very satisfying. And then also, needing to plan your route so that you can hit every check without colliding with yourself is also very satisfying. And I think, if I know that there are 8 checks total, that gives me ways I can plan my routes to make sure I get an opportunity to do all 8 of my checks, even though it's always going to be in the last one. And then how it decides which of those spots it should put the 8 charges in, that's like a different layer of a different layer of RNG on top of it, a different layer of math, but it gives you something to play around. But I think right now the fact that like it is just like random, like it is truly random, I think is not as satisfying. But that is a minor that is a minor complaint in what is an otherwise extremely well done game. You know what I mean? The art style is hella nice. As an artist, it fits the vibe of panic-based time travel. Stretch out. Oh, I don't know if that back pop was caught on the microphone. That's so funny. Yeah, as an artist, it fits the vibe of panic-based time travel. I completely agree. I think this is giving panic-based time travel like 100%. And I think, would you play this game off stream? That's the real question. If it had more levels to it, absolutely. Yeah, I think this game is really good. I think it's really good. And this art style plus the gameplay being so unique, this is the kind of game I could imagine someone like, Northern Lion or Dan Giesling or something playing on stream, which is a really good way of getting attention. Like streamers and influencers are a great way to get people to know about your game. I think if this had more levels to it and it was something that you could complete, streamers would try to play it. So that's where I would take this game, and I would recommend continuing to develop this game. Pick a better name for sure, but I think having a set number of levels with each one with different objectives, there could be multiple charger levels first. Then you go into the levels where you need to deliver the sandwich to the boss at your office, or you need to find your charger, charge your phone, and catch the subway. Was this made for the Godot Game Jam? I think this game is made in Turbo Warp. I don't think it's made in Godot. So yeah, I think you have done, and this game is really good. I think everything is working for it. I would just change the mechanics a little bit so that it becomes more of a puzzle to solve rather than like a rolling the dice, hoping to get a good version of this so that you can beat it, right? It wasn't for a jam at all, just made in free time. I see. Yeah, you're on the right track for sure. This game is on such a good track. Plus, the UI being the phone is such a great way to switch between like levels and stuff. I feel like that being the UI is extremely like well done. First, it like looks really good. If it's the theming of the game of needing to charge your phone, and it lets you build the menu in a way that like works super well. Imagine you go to your text messages and the different levels are different texts. So you click the text from your boss that's like, what I want for lunch is whatever. And you click that and it takes you to the boss, the level where you need to get the sandwich for the boss, right? Or it's like, you get a text from your girlfriend that's like, make sure you make it to this, to our date on time, or I'm leaving you, whatever, right? And then you have to do the subway level, right? Those are really rough examples. I would clean up the language a little bit, but you have so many ways to work on to work the UI into the storytelling, to tie everything back to this theming of like this funny time travel phone charging thing. And there are ways to build more obstacles that you have to solve. And it's such like a wacky, goofy like idea and presentation that you can build those kind of wacky, goofy ideas that you love to do, Jumpy, into the game itself, right? Like there can be levels where, there are a bunch of elephants stampeding that are in one of the rooms that you need to avoid, right? So you also have to avoid those obstacles as you're moving through. And then on your future passes, not only do you need to avoid those obstacles, but you have to avoid crashing into yourself as well, right? And so I think there are so many ways you can expand this, so many ways you can build more levels that work really well. And I think just overall, extremely well done on this game. Really, really great game. You cooked. You can have stuff like buttons and levers for doors. Yeah, and you can have it be like you need to hit 2 buttons to open a door to go through one. And so you have to send different clones to hit those buttons. But those paths are very busy, right? So you don't want the clones just standing in the way, blocking the path. So you have to like time when you hit the button and move out of the way at the right time, or in the middle of doing something else, you swerve in to hit the button to open the door to let yourself through. Like there's a lot of stuff you can do to both a lot of stuff you can both do to enhance your ability to play into those time travel mechanics and have like really fun, satisfying puzzles to solve. Dude, someone on Twitch said AI viewers at streamboo.com. It's crazy how I've never gotten these kinds of like AI spam bots in type things on YouTube, but the first time I go live on Twitch and they show up. Interesting. But I'm happy with how this turned out. Yeah, this is really good. And if I were you, I would continue developing it. I feel like you could release this on Steam, and with like a small but well done selection of levels, you could put it on Steam for a couple bucks, and I think it could potentially do really well. So really well done. Bots are rampant on Twitch. Nice. Really good job, Twitch. Love to see it. Okay. Nice. Great job, Jumpy. Really good game. Really solid. Now, time to play Tofu and RKI's game, which they got to me very timely. I said as a funny joke. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, shit ton of potentials, absolute cinema game. 100%. Yep, and this is going to be our last game for today. From RKI and Tofu for the GMTK Game Jam. We're trying to provide them feedback so they can improve this game for the jam. All right, the 1000th customer. New game, shift select settings. How's the audio levels? They seem pretty good. New game. Hey, it's Tofu. Hello, Shovel. What is up? How is it going? Oh, sorry. I should do this with Tofu's real voice. Hello, Shovel. What is up? How's it going? Currently writing this about 97 minutes after the stream has already started. So as you can see, we're very much on the schedule here. Okay, so I didn't get the tutorial logic going yet. I'm going to do that tomorrow morning, which sadly means you got to listen up, okay? Lock in, okay, Shovel Boy? Say I am locked in. I can't hear you. That's better. Tofu, it's so funny. I always play along with these kind of things, so Tofu knew I would play along with it, which I knew, so I didn't play along. We're mind games. It's levels here. There's levels to this. It's levels to this shit, Tofu. Anyway, I'm so locked in. That's better. Okay, thanks, Shovel. I knew you had it in you. Okay, let's get down to business. Tutorial time. Listen up. This game is all about counting, but we try to make it fun. You can count in your head, but if you look into the bottom right corner, you'll see a little representation of our main character, our tally counter. Once the gameplay starts, you can increase the number via right-click or space. Both works. I knew he knew that I knew that he knew, exactly. But they don't know that we know that I know that they know. Joey, don't tell him. Couldn't if I wanted to. Once the gameplay starts, you can increase the number via right-click or space. Both works. It's a little visual aid that helps you keep track, okay? Keep track of what, you may ask? Did you ask that? Did you? The customers. Because the game is all about counting up to a specific customer. Did you know those scams that are like, you are the 1000th customer? Here's a free iPad. Please give us your email address and Steam account. Imagine if someone actually had to count up to said customer. Now imagine that someone is you. Got it so far? No, I like your words, Funny Duck Man. Okay, lock in, Shovel Boy. Oh shit, this actually redoes it. Okay. Yep, count to a customer. Fantastic. Now, once you've counted enough customers, this will happen when you think, okay, this is the 25th customer, I need 25 customers. You want to drag the little gift box onto that customer. It's real easy, actually. RKI did that pretty well. And then the customer stops spawning, it's like Uma Musume for a second, because you got to hope your guy actually makes it to the door in 25th place, you know. I'll let you try it out. Count up to 25 for me, please. Pretty please. See you in a sec, or not. All right, we're customer counting. Give the present to the 25th customer. 1, 2, oh wait. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Am I right, Zoomers? Am I right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Boom. Oh, that's my guy right there. Easy peasy. Uma Musume. Okay. Nice, I won. Let's go. Next shift. Hey, very nice. You did it. Thank you, Tofu. Okay, more tutorial time. So there's different types of customers as well. The ones you've only seen so far are counted as one person. But if you look at some of the next guys, there will be a pair, or even 3 guys in a trench coat. So for those, count 2 or 3 customers respectively. Occasionally see a bot, a robot. Robots don't count at all, just a distraction, ignore them. Okay, but listen, there's another awesome feature I came in. A shop. You'll see in a second, I have it self-explanatory. Otherwise, look in chat, I can backseat. Also, you should meet the shopkeeper, beautifully illustrated by our team Mulyoyo. Mulyoyo, of course. I gotta learn how to say your name properly, Mulyoyo. I hope that's right. Hi, I'm Tim Tick, and I'm beautifully illustrated by their team Mulyoyo, of course. By the way, if you need a voice actor for Tim Tick, I'm available. let me give you my reel. Hi, I'm Tim Tick, and I'm beautifully illustrated by their team Mulyoyo, of course. Open top, woo. So that's sort of the kind of potential you could have. Okay. Hover over an item to see its name, description, cost, items cost, time dimes. Click on item to buy it, add it to your inventory. You can buy up to 6 items. Okay, I have 3 time dimes. Keep up with the mass. Open a random digital tally counter for the shift. Probably open up a few of those. A bomb will destroy all customers on screen. What is the benefit of blowing up my customers? When given to a customer, their movement speed will be increased by 2.5. Oh, that seems very important. Makes tallying more convenient. Can be placed anywhere. Pressing it with left mouse button adds 10 to your tally counter. Okay. Makes counting large groups easier. Can be placed next to doors. Reacts for every customer that enters the store by quacking. Okay, well, I'll buy coffee. I'll buy a coffee and see shift layout. I have my present, I have my coffee. Okay, so I'll just start the shift and see how it goes. Game is much more chill than mine. All right, let's see. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Oh, this is tough. One of these guys is the 50th. Nice. Okay. I wasn't sure if the guys in the trench coat having 3 would count. Okay. All right, next shift. You did it. That's so awesome. Honestly, I don't have much else to introduce. We're just going to ramp up the difficulty bit by and let you experiment with the items. There might be more features by the time we're done. But for now, enjoy counting. I want to see if the gameplay is actually as fun as it seems in theory. Because counting is very fun in theory. No, but you don't understand. As roguelike elements or whatever. As a shop, it's like incremental or something. So it's got to be fun, right? Hi, I'm Miles Edgeworth. Hold on. Hi, I'm Miles Edgeworth. Good luck counting to 100 now. Thank you, Miles Edgeworth. I appreciate you. So I need to open my encounter, right? I wasn't able to see the slots. Only for this shift? Okay. Now, do they need to go through this door to count as a customer? Or can they go through either of these doors? Or is this another place they can come in from? 100th customer, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 67, 67, 68, 69, 7, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 is this guy. But actually, it's not. Because now you are 100? Oh my gosh, it depends on who goes in first. You. Does this not count as going to the store? Did that not count as going to the store, or was that customer... I know there was like a little bit of a skronker to it. As soon as they enter any door frame. Okay. Where are the results? Is it supposed to tell me which one I gave it to? It's a soft lock? Okay. Because there was like a little bit of a race for the 100th, which was bad ending, you died. True. True. Okay. Let me reload. We save your progress. Let's go. Okay. And let me go to shift 3. You did it. That's so awesome. Nice. Okay. I think that was probably wrong. Hi, I'm Miles Edgeworth. Okay. Buy my counter slots so that I don't have to talk out loud. I can just click and then check that. And then I think I need... I mean, coffee's pretty huge. I think I should have 2 coffees, actually. Okay, so I'm just going to click, and let's see if we can think critically about this game and give some useful feedback. So, the character portraits are good, the pixel art's good, the animation's good, obviously the music's good too. I think you really nailed it. And I think there is something really satisfying about just like watching how many people come through and trying to get it right. This is like that one Mario Party game, but like turned up to 11, right? One thing, I like the framing of you need to give a present to your like specific customer. I think that's cool. But I think there is something really like, I don't know. I almost like just trying to get the number correct more than I like trying to hit the present on the right person, because that adds like a whole nother element to the game that's very different from the counting, where it's like you have to speed up certain people to make sure you give the present to the right person. Which is interesting. There's skill to it, like dropping the coffee on the right one and trying to make sure they go in. But like, I can't tell how much they're going to walk, so I don't really know if I'm like going to do a good move or whatever, right? It's tough. It adds like another layer to the gameplay, which I think could be interesting, right? But I almost just want to try to get the number correct, right? I almost feel like getting the number correct is more satisfying than... Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I really do think trying to get the number correct is extremely fun. And I do think how when you open up extra paths, suddenly you have like, they can come from multiple spots. So you need to keep track of like, wait, when did that one join? Did that one join at the right time? I think that's pretty cool. And I've completely lost it. I think I don't actually know. It's this, is this fella, right? This homie? It's whichever one of these goes in first. So you? That might have been wrong. It might have been whichever one of those goes in second. I think I got it wrong again. We tried improving that layer by adding the bombs and coffee. You don't have to hit the exact same number. You just can't lose. So you just can't lose track. It's broken either if I get it correct or if I get it wrong. Yeah, I don't know if that was 100th. But okay, I think one thing that I really think this game needs, because essentially, what is the gameplay, right? The gameplay is counting the customers, trying to get the amount of customers count correct so that you give the present to the right person. Is the issue because the present's given too close to the doors? Oh, that's an interesting theory. It might be. It's broken if you give the gift after they've entered the door. Oh yeah, you would definitely want to fix that, because like I'm trying to time it because they're inconsistent. You know what I mean? I don't know exactly when they're coming through. But I think essentially the gameplay here is the gameplay here is I'm trying to count the customers, right? So when you're thinking about the gameplay, like for example, in Silksong, the gameplay is hitting enemies with the sword. So what is the gameplay? What do they put in front of you to stop you from doing that? Obstacles that challenge you from hitting enemies with your sword. They try to hit back, they dodge, stuff like that, right? So in this, how do you stop the customers from trying to get counted? Well, the customers don't stop themselves, but you can do stuff to stop the customers from getting counted. So the thing I'm thinking is distractions. There's stuff that pop up on screen that is literally just trying to take your focus. Now, I think you don't have that much time left in GMTK, and doing well-animated distractions seems very difficult. But imagining like a clown, like, you know those YouTube videos where it's like they're like passing the ball back and forth, and then it's like count the amount of passes of the ball? And then you're like, oh, I counted it correct. Like, but did you notice the dancing bear? And people didn't, because you can't focus on multiple things. I think having literally like a dancing bear walk across the screen, or like a clown walks up and then starts juggling, and he's like not going right into shop, right? Having maybe some distracting customers that they're just trying to draw attention so you don't focus on other stuff. And then having stuff that appears on the screen to try to take your focus, right? And then you could potentially add a phase of like, you need to tell what happens. Like at the end, it's like, what color was the bear? And it's like, oh man, I don't know. But I think that might take away from the core idea of counting the customers. So there might just need to be something you do. Like you have to clear the obstacles. Like when the bear shows up, you need to click on him, or you need to take his ball away from him and throw it or something. So you have to do something to deal with the distraction. It could also be purely visual distractions, right? You don't need to do something to deal with it. You just need to like not lose your focus, right? I think that is something that would be satisfying. I can see myself playing the game and like, all right, you know, like 71, 72, 73. Did that bear just like explode? Oh man, is that a new customer or one I already counted? Like I can imagine that gameplay loop being quite satisfying. I'm a little bit, the shop is a little bit not working for me exactly. Something about it, like the fact that I have to buy digits is like not really compelling. Try the scanner. Okay. Start shift. Boom. Oh. Boom. Oh, it auto adds to the counter when I put it there. And then it also glows them green when it counts them. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I think that's really cool. Oh, the distractions that pop up there could also be like, you know, you could put like electrical panels here. So when you see the bear walk in and start like, you know, a bear playing basketball walks in, and like if you don't grab the ball and throw it away, it's gonna go up to the electrical panel and throw the ball's gonna hit it and like smash it, and the lights go out. So now you can't count because you can't see, right? You got to charge it. Oh, do I charge it by holding? That's cool. That's cool. But I do think this is like a little bit hard to use at the same time as counting, even though it counts for me, because I like have to click the ones that are like not going through the green. And it adds another like, actually, I don't know. That's interesting. I feel like you might need to introduce these shop items and these upgrades a little bit slowly. Because I feel like the scanner changes things pretty dramatically, and it's hard to balance the original gameplay with the scanner stuff at the same time. So this might be something you need to introduce more slowly. Like the shop needs to put things in one at a time. Also, I feel like locking the counter slots behind purchases is probably not a good idea, because people want to experiment with the upgrades, but buying the counter slots is not really an upgrade. I feel like you probably should just always have access to the counter. And then you get to choose what other upgrades you want, whether you want to do scanner or coffee or whatever. I also think it would be interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. The Uma Musume part, which I know is like a meme, but the fact that it's like you're kind of hoping your customer actually goes into the store in the right spot is a little bit tough. It's a little bit tough. I feel like that was the one part of gameplay that really like felt incongruous with the counting part. Because it adds almost like a layer of randomness, and then I need to keep track of specifically like, okay, you were 100, but now you're in front, so now you're not. It's like I have to do like quick math and stuff. Hey, okay, Productions, I fell asleep before stream. Hey, welcome in. This is a game about counting customers. Okay, so I think I'm like way off, which is funny. So what if I just give it to them, and then the game can yell at me for not giving it to the 100th customer? But I really like the framing of giving a gift to the 100th customer. Also a great call to tell me which number it actually was. I feel like that's pretty obvious. You are all you are all extremely good at game development, so I'm not surprised you saw that this is important, but knowing how far I was is a big deal. I do personally really like the Uma Musume section. It doesn't have to be the exact guy. You can be off and still win. Does it lie to you and tell you got it right if you're a little bit off? Because I do imagine myself like trying to get it perfect, and then I hand it to the guy right as he goes through the door, but he was like a little slower than I expected. So I was like, he's actually 101. Seems like we're wrapping up. Yeah, this is going to be the last game, but thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Okay, with the seems like we're wrapping up. Can we get some +2s for okay? Thank you. That's awesome. Just a theory, but with different speed customers instead of stopping randomly be better. Samuel Redfern, that is a fantastic suggestion. I really like that. Having customers go at different speeds. So like, okay, one of the slow customers is 100th, but they're going to get passed by this faster guy. So it's actually like a race that gets rid of the randomness and makes it more like a calculation. That's really smart. I think that might actually solve the problem. Samuel Redfern, you get a gold star for that suggestion. Really great suggestion. I think that could actually solve the problem. It's like the different customers, like the 3 guys in a trench coat. We do actually have that. But I mean, instead of having the random starting and stopping, we just not implemented fully. I see. I think that could solve the problem. I think that's a fantastic suggestion. Because then you get to still have the like calculating it out, but it doesn't feel random. So I can be like, all right, you're slower, you're fast. Okay, you're going to be the 100th. Boom. And then they walk through and I feel like a genius. Or I'm like watching it. I'm like, I can get the sense for the speeds closer to the door. So it's not like a last second slap it on type vibe. I think that's really smart. And this is a great opportunity to use palette swaps. Take your cute little guy swinging his arms, give him a slightly different skin tone or even a majorly different skin tone and a different color shirt, and he goes fast. And then make one with a blue shirt and a different skin tone, and he's really slow, right? We have a specific type that's still 1 value, but faster. I see, right. And then the trench coat guys can always be a little bit slower unless you get like the speedy trench coat guy. And I think that also is funny, like seeing the different types of customers. I want to see your opinion on the other shop items. Right, okay, so the bomb... Destroying all customers on screen. I don't understand the benefit of this. I love that the time guy is wearing sweatpants. Yeah. By the way, the art is obviously fantastic. The pixel art and all the art works fantastically. There's obviously no notes on that. I don't know what the benefit of this bomb is. The coffee is very clear to me. You speed someone up to try to get them in at the right time, right? I think this coffee makes a lot of sense. It's a little bit hard to use, but bomb is a screen wipe that gives you a breather and helps in the Uma Musume section. Okay. The duck can be placed next to doors, reacts for every customer that entered their door by quacking. Max 2 per door. Second duck quacks every 10 customers. Okay, so let me just try the duck. The bouncer. Makes counting large groups easier. Can be placed next to doors. Reacts every 10 customers that enter the door by jumping. Okay. Okay, so let me go to the shift. And then let me duck. And if we duck over here. Duck right here. Wait. Has to be placed by a door. Okay. And put a bouncer. So duck will quack every time 1 goes through. So he's going to jump every 10. So is this the 10th one? No, is this the 10th one? Okay, so his fashions is my fashions. Okay, we don't hear game sound now. Yeah, I always mute the game sound when I do the feedback because sometimes I'll get copyright claims and sometimes they're false copyright claims. Like they could be using totally legitimate their own music and you know the copyright system not ideal. It can be abused. And I never want to have to mute the section of the video where I'm giving feedback. If I have to mute the game, that's one thing, but I want the devs to always be able to come back and hear the feedback. I see myself in Tim. Yeah, it's Bubba's music. Oh, Bubba's on the team too. What the heck? Damn, that's kind of adventures over there. Yeah, so I think palette swapping the customers to give them different speeds could be cool. I think my issue with the upgrades in the shop are that they're taking away the job of counting, and it feels like they need to be used they need to be used differently, right? Because in theory, I just want to count them as they come in, right? I don't care about when they go through the door. And it's like, so strategically, I feel like they're not that helpful to me. If I'm trying to get information as they go through the door, like if I only click 1 when these go through and then I only click 10 here, I'm never going to be able to know when it's the 100th customer by just those two. So then I just need to add some extra counting on top. I feel like they, later on, instead of counting to 1,000, you count 10 times 100 times. Yeah, I can see that. But I also do think that right now the rounds are a little bit long. I guess in the later rounds, are there like a flood of customers that's going to be like impossible to count manually? Is that what these guys are for? Because I didn't get that far yet. So also, I think I'm like way off, right? So I'm just going to throw the present. If that's the case, I can see it. I feel like you might need to add, I don't know. It's tough because I want to count the customers as they come in, right? Not as they leave. And these count as they leave. I feel like you could put, there's 2 more levels after this, 500 and 1,000. And do the customers come really quickly with more guys? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I think you're right that the gameplay here is really satisfying. I think you did a good job coming up with the gameplay. And I think it is scratching an itch of like trying to count it correctly and hit it. I think the random stopping was kind of frustrating, but I think if you get rid of the random stopping and instead they have different speeds, or if the stopping is pretty consistent or something, but even then that's gonna add like too much visual information if they're randomly stopping. I feel like you could add other hazards that the shop items help you with, like if the light goes out on one of the hallways or something, having a duck quacking is the only way you get the information. So I'm working on my game currently. When it's done, I'll submit it with a chance to actually look at it. Oh, really high. I'm going through the list. I'm trying to get everything on the list. We'll remove the dropping, I think. The stopping. I think that's a good call. I think it's more frustrating than it is fun. I think the Uma Musume aspect is fun, trying to figure out which one's actually the 100th customer. But I think that but I think the stopping is not fun. Also, I think cheating in the player's favor, like even if they got like 102, still giving it to them is good. But I do think you need to be, I think it's better to tell them that what the real number was so they don't feel like they counted wrong. So what I think it would be is if it said the target number was 100, you picked 102, and you put like some flavor text on it. It's like, but turns out 2 of the customers were actually ducks wearing disguises, so they don't count. You win, something like that. That it's like you can insert a little comedy. Obviously, I don't think that's the greatest joke of all time, but you can insert a little comedy with your own sense of humor, and they still win. As long as you're close enough, and it still counts as the 100th because of the flavor text, and they get to know what the real number was. I think that could be the way to handle the cheating aspect rather than just saying, yeah, you got 100. Because if I was counting and I thought, I was like, oops, that was actually 101. And they were like, 100. I would be like, oh, I was counting wrong. And it's like, I feel like I would rather count correctly and get the horse race wrong than count wrong, which says something about the gameplay. Not sure 100% what it says, but says something about the gameplay. Droplet, what's up, Droplet? Good to see you. This game, what's this game called? I actually don't know. Oh, it's called the 1,000th customer. And it's a game where you count customers to try to give a present to your 1,000th customer. I'm on the level where you give it to your 100th customer. Yeah. But yeah, I do think if you add distractions, like if you add that mechanic, which I don't necessarily know if there's time for that, but if you add the distraction mechanic, you could make shop items that help with the distractions potentially. Additionally, making them a little clearer how useful they're going to be. Also, one shop item that just makes lots of sense is another present. When it's like, you can also give one out to the 101st customer if you want. And then as long as one of the present goes to the correct person, you win. I think that could be fun too. So if you lose track, you're like, okay, it's either them or them. I'm not sure. And so you can like hedge a little bit. I think that's fun too. But I'll definitely show you the game again once we're happy with it. Maybe next week, maybe after jam results. Fox on Main. Hey, welcome in, Fox on Main. Good to see you. We're just reviewing some viewer submitted games. What if you could give the present after you enter the store, but it's unclear who actually is the customer? If you could give the present after he enters the store, but it's unclear who is actually who actually is the customer? I'm not sure I understand that suggestion, Daniel. But yeah, I think this is really good, right? Obviously. But there's something. It needs a little something. Because I think the shop items to me, unless they get introduced a little bit more, also the fact that they only last for one shift, I find a little bit frustrating. I think you could have it that like once you buy it, it's permanently in your inventory. So you get to pick the upgrades that you get to carry with you between shifts. And I think that's fun too, because then once I buy the scanner, I get to permanently use a scanner, so I get to work it into my strategy. It's not like I have to figure out a strategy for the scanner, and now I've locked myself into buying the scanner every time. So I think the counter slots don't really work as upgrades to me. I don't like those. And I think making the bomb a little clearer, like you're counting, but several people come in at the same time, so you have to focus. Yeah, right. Maybe adding some randomness to the upgrades too. Yeah, it could be potentially this guy could have like 3 different upgrade choices and you have to decide what they are. And then maybe you could spend your money or you can purchase a reroll. How does I submit my game? If you go to the Discord, there's a channel called Showcase Saturday and you can post your game there. Yo, I just got here. What's he talking about? We're reviewing games submitted by the community. This one is one where you count customers coming in. So I think that's what I would suggest. I think distractions are a good idea, although a little bit hard to implement because each distraction kind of requires its own like systemization. I think giving more opportunities where the upgrades are easy to use and make sense to use is good too. Or at least introducing them slowly so I get to work them into my strategy, something like that. And also, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Because having an item that you put in on a customer and it tells you which number they were is cool, but then that totally kills the point of counting entirely, right? You could have, it's like a lot of the items that make sense are like hard to implement in a way that's like has a good ergonomic use case, right? My thought is like a high-low counter where it's like you put it on a guy and tell like you drop it on him and you say, I think he's 85 and it tells you whether you're high or low or directly on it. I think that's pretty cool, but also is tough to implement the UI and the ergonomics for actually using that upgrade. So, what if you also have to work in the store? I mean, I do think working in the store is a cool idea, but it adds like a whole nother gameplay loop. So you have to implement everything with that. And then that also has to be fun. I think what this game needs is just a focus on making the counting part fun. And I think it's really close. I think it's really close. Maybe one that will randomly tell you the number of a passing customer. Yeah, it's tough though, because when you randomly tell the number of a passing customer, it makes all the counting you did before irrelevant, right? It's like, it's really tough because the upgrades are either too powerful or too inconsequential is what I keep thinking of with the stuff in the shop. That's quite the coat. Where do I buy that? Can I get one with a laptop pocket? Right? It's a very long coat for a guy with one very long arm. How long has Isadora's Edge been in the making? I've been working on it on and off for like 4 years. Like I was a full-time dev at at game studios. So it was my free time when I was working on it. So it's not like a full dedicated 4 years, but yeah, I've been working on it a long time. Yeah, tough. Yeah, some kind of micromanagement for something, some distractions, and then really making the items feel easy to understand how to use them and easy to implement into the gameplay, which is tough though, because the gameplay is literally counting. Yeah, but I think you have something cool. Hopefully that gives you some direction. That's not an extra arm. His short brother's holding up the other side from behind. We love to see it. Teamwork. But yeah, I think that this is a really good basis for the game, and I think the counting aspect is done really well. I wonder if there's some other stuff you can count too. Like if you need to count how many of a specific guy show up. And so you have like a secondary counter for that. And so like I'm like clicking for counting people and like right clicking for counting the guy. And then I need to also give a present to like the 30th dude in a trench coat or something like that. There's a lot of stuff you could do to enhance the gameplay feeling, but I think you're right that you have something cool here. And it's just about it's just about enhancing that to the proper degree. But awesome. I would love to continue thinking about this, and feel free to message me if you have ideas, but I'm way past my stream time and I'm starving. And also, I think the grocery store closes in like an hour and a half, so I need to get there. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Appreciate you all. And that'll be the end of this stream. Hope to see you next Saturday. And good luck finishing this game, everybody. Good luck for GMTK. Peace out, everybody.